Okay, it's 6 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you guys all for coming in and joining us tonight. It is so much fun for us to look out and see a whole crowd full of people. We just love it. Mrs. Henderson, if you'll take roll call.
Mrs. Horn?
Here.
Mr. Chitwood?
Here.
Mrs. Baker?
Here.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet? Here. Mr. Hull?
Here.
Mr. Beecham?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. Up first, approval of the agenda, please.
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as presented. A second.
Great. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Henderson, please click the vote.
Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet?
Yes.
Mr. Hull?
Yes.
Mr. Beecham?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you so much. And tonight we have students from Forest Spring Middle School coming in to walk us through the Pledge of Allegiance and our mission and vision.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our mission statement is to be a school direct that engages students to learn, create, adapt, and succeed in an ever-changing world.
Our vision is maintain small town value and empower each student to achieve world-class success.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much for coming in to do that. And public participation.
One card was presented.
Wonderful. Tonight we have Jama Zook coming in from the Johnson County Library. Thank you so much for coming out while you're walking up. Just a reminder that you'll have 3 minutes to talk to us, and we just don't hear any complaints specifically related to students, teachers, staff, that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for coming out. All yours.
Yes. Hello, my name is Jama Zook from the Spring Hill Public Library, 109 South Webster Street. And I'm here to make sure that the board and the community know that the library will be reopening on June 3rd. We're very excited. It's been renewed inside. We've added an entire children's wing. There's a conference room that you can reserve and a study room there. So we hope that it better fits the community. So, and then I also wanted to mention that we are going to be piloting a program called Extended Access. So if you apply for a special tab, you can get in during unstaffed hours that will match the bigger branches. So I know we have heard feedback that we're closed on Fridays and that's inconvenient for people. You can now apply for a special pass and get in while it is unstaffed. So just wanted to make the board aware of that and the community aware of that. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. We're so excited. June 3rd. I know it can't get here quick enough. Thank you for coming out. Okay, up next, the consent agenda. We have approval of the consent agenda items, approval of the minutes, the clerk's report, the treasurer's report, payroll and claims, personnel, Spring Hill High School robotics trip to Chicago, Illinois, approval of the IDEA Part 4B assurances, approval of the ASL interpreter contract, grant approval for a STEM grant at Shees, approve the supplemental assignments, renewal of formative for grades 6 through 12, renewal of Capstone Pebble Go, the elementary library grades K through 3, renewal of JAMF school, approval of renewal of UNA Sped Track agreement. The class of 2026 graduation candidates. I think we have a few of them in the room here tonight too. And the elementary additions and HVAC pay apps for March.
Madam President, I'm going to move to approve the consent agenda as presented and read with the proviso, Go Broncos Robotics.
Awesome. Thank you. There's a motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you so much. Motion and second. Any conversation, questions, anything else?
I had a question, actually. So on 6.08 and 6.09, are those new contracts that we're signing? Because it doesn't say renewal. So,
So 6.08, the IDA Part 4 assurances are part of something that you approve every year. And it has to be approved for us to receive our federal special ed funds. I don't have an answer on the ASL grant. We have a student that will be full-time in our school next year who will require ASL translator to be able to participate fully in school. So that's why it's there. So I don't know if that was previous year, but just looking at it, it will be something that we'll need to approve for that student to participate fully.
okay.
I can get you more information though on that piece in the future.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Robinson.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Mrs. Henderson, will you collect the vote?
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet, yes. Mr. Beecham,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, up next, good news, recognitions and announcements. Mr. Peavy.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I don't know if you've noticed, but we do have a large number of students and parents here, which we're very excited about. It's that time of year for celebrations, and that definitely is reflected in the boardroom today. Now, that does create some logistical challenges, but that is a fantastic problem to have. But in order to help the flow of traffic, today I would like to break up our recognitions into two parts. First, we'll invite our three high school groups to each have their turn to share the great things going on within their programs. And then after the high school volunteer club, FFA, and then robotics representatives have their opportunity to share and hear any comments or questions from the board, we'll take the first half of pictures and we'll get those three done. And then after those pictures, if you're a member of those three groups, you are, of course, welcome to stay for the entirety of the meeting. But if you would prefer to guilt-free walk out of here and leave, that's allowed too. So after those pictures, we'll then recognize our Superintendent Advisory Council, our three CTE scholars and CTE completers that are here today, and then our guests to talk about the Youth Teacher Apprenticeship Program with pictures following those three presentations as well. So that all said, I'd now like to invite our representatives from the high school volunteer club to please come forward and share the cool things that they've been doing throughout the year.
Hello. All right, perfect. Hi, my name is Helena Charity, and I'm a senior and a member of the high school volunteer club. And I'm just going to be talking a little about the history of the program and why we started. So in 1997, we wanted to aim to build a better community and increase civic responsibility of Spring Hill students. Spring Hill was really growing rapidly, and the older community felt scared in order to make a change. So a connection between the schools and the community needed to be made. Because of this vision and by being an outreach to the community, it has helped students become more aware of the needs of others while helping them personally gain a greater level of awareness and growth in self-esteem. Anyone in the volunteer club can be a part of the program. However, to be a part of the volunteer class, students have to apply their senior or junior year, and you have to display leadership abilities, but you also have to be a participant in at least 3 of the projects. So now we have our project leaders who are going to talk a little bit more about that. So I'm going to hand it over to them.
Hello, my name is Easton, and this is Spencer and Dylan. and this is our cystic fibrosis fundraiser volunteer project. Our project was a bake sale that gave us the opportunity to raise money for cystic fibrosis to help support with this deadly disorder.
The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation purpose is to help their patients who struggle with cystic fibrosis, which is a genetic disorder where the mucus in the body is not able to be broken down. What we did to help was we were able to host a bake sale, which was very successful. And the bake sale was held on February 6th. And we sold the baked goods for $1. And to help this run smoothly, we had 17 volunteers come out and help who either provided baked goods or helped out sell them.
A few highlights from our project include meaningful moments like sending our advertising to spectators by sending our volunteers out into the stands. And Spencer noted that his favorite part of the project was seeing how the time and effort that we put into this positively affected the individuals and families affected by cystic fibrosis. Additionally, Easton shared that his favorite part was seeing the joy on children's faces after they received a cookie.
Afterwards, we interviewed Sage Stahlbaumer, and she stated that she learned that something as simple as selling baked goods can make a huge impact and help raise money for a good cause.
Overall, we all really enjoyed making this project, making it happen. It was very successful. We were able to raise $600, and we would love to plan out this next year, hopefully, and make our goal even larger. Are there any questions?
How did you advertise for your bake sale?
We put posters around the schools. So I personally made the posters on Canva, and then I just hung them around our school. And then we as a class, one of our main goals is to make physical posters, like more like cardstock kinda, and we hang them up in the hallways so kids can see them as they come by. And then over the announcements, they announce it, and they kind of let the kids know that there's permission slips that they need to be filled out and stuff.
Did you have a good turnout? How many students did you have approximately?
We had 17 total volunteers, but that's counting like people who made stuff and who helped out at the bake sale table.
We were proud donators to this bake sale table, and the stuff was delicious. Cystic fibrosis is a real close one in our family, so it was really touching to see that table when we walked in because it's something that is very near and dear to our heart. And the cookies were phenomenal. So thank you guys for being out there.
Yes, thank you guys.
Hello, my name is Addie, and this is Chase, and this is Stock. And our project was a Valentine's Day party at the Colonial Oaks Senior Living Center in Spring Hill. Colonial Oaks is a facility that focuses on care, amenities, and activities for elderly residents. One thing unique about this facility is that they have a memory care unit.
Hey, our project took place February 18th from 9:30 to 11 a.m. It was to bring our elderly community together and make them feel more welcomed. We did this by coloring papers and different Valentine's crafts and activities, their favorite being the piñata, which they really enjoyed. In total, we had 21 volunteers and everyone was well engaged. When planning our project, we did have a challenge that came up with some of the residents becoming ill the week of. Though this came up very fast, we were able to send out new announcements and emails to volunteers who had signed up. This allowed any who were attending to be notified and kind of let them know if they were still able to attend.
There were many highlights that we experienced at our party, one of which was the piñata. Both us volunteers and the residents enjoyed it and opening it for the candy. They also really enjoyed crafts. We did coloring pages and like heart-shaped wreaths and other Valentine's sticker activities to just get them engaged. And they also enjoyed the cookies and juice.
One of the students that attended was Reagan Thomas, and she discussed her experience on the project by saying, "I now know that these visits make a big difference in the residents' days." All the attendees learned new things about their community by going on this volunteer trip and how 2 hours of their day can make a big difference in other people's lives.
Overall, our project was really successful, and we always look forward to volunteering here at the Colonial Oaks. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. What was the most popular activity? What did the residents really like doing the most?
I'd say definitely the piñata. It was really fun. They enjoyed hitting it, and the candy made it even more fun as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we are friends of JCDS. Like I said earlier, my name's Helena Charity, and this is Kaylee Callan and Brooklyn Love. And at our project, we worked with special needs adults at Johnson County Developmental Supports at their facility.
JCDS is a program that works to give special needs adults care in a community that tends to their needs. While we were at the facility, our volunteers did St. Patrick's Day crafts. We passed out cookies and juice boxes. We went and volunteered on Wednesday, March 4th from 9 to 11 a.m. and about 25 volunteers attended.
One of our main highlights were how many people came to make our St. Patrick's Day crafts that we offered. We did paper crowns and we made pipe cleaner flowers, which turned out to be super fun.
The biggest challenge of our project was that some of the residents they had food allergies, and when we brought cookies and juice, some of them weren't able to have it, and some of them also liked other activities more than others. So doing this, we learned what to bring, what not to bring, and next year we're definitely going to reach out to the facility beforehand so we can get all the allergy information and info about what their favorite snacks and cookies are too.
We asked Aubrey Milius, how did this project change your outlook on the type of people you helped? And she replied with, it made me thankful for the abilities I have and the little things like a working hand.
Overall, this project was super successful and we would love to go back again.
Are there any questions about our project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any interest in turning that experience into something down the road as far as a career?
For me personally, or just I know that a lot of students in our district and volunteers, like a lot of them came out just for the special needs adults. They're a great time to be around. So for me personally, no, but I know there is a lot of students who did want to engage with that. And it was just really fun being around them. They're all a great time. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice job.
Thank you.
We are the project leaders for Salvation Army. I'm Chloe. This is Danny, Elsie, and Keegan. Alongside us, 20 volunteers spent time with the kids at the Olathe Salvation Army location, and we served ice cream to them and their parents.
We went over there on Friday, March 6th, and alongside serving ice cream, we also brought some board games, some card games. We brought some basketballs, soccer balls, just to get the kids up and moving. The kind of purpose of why we go here year after year is to give the parents of those kids a small break from their kids, just so they can get some time for themselves, do something for just them.
Some highlights of this project were the reactions from the kids. They were really glad to have us here and they had plenty of energy. They wanted to play games and do activities with us, refusing to let us take a break until ice cream was given.
One downside that happened with this project was trying to keep track of everything that we had brought between the games and activities and food. There was plenty to keep track of. What can be adjusted better for next time is ensuring that we have brought a list of everything we had.
So on the bus ride home, we fill out these reflection forms for all the attendees. And one person, Talon Sinclair, he's a sophomore, said, "This made my viewpoint expand because they were all so sweet. It showed me that being patient, going with the flow, staying calm and understanding is what tends to help them."
Overall, our project was a big success, and we saw a great amount of turnout both in volunteers and the families that showed up. Are there any questions?
What was kind of the age range of kiddos that came for ice cream and games?
They were all definitely younger. There were some there was like a little baby there. They ranged from probably 1 to 7. So they were all very active, just kind of wanted to run around, play with us, stuff like that.
So were parents able to drop off? You said you were giving the parents a break. So did they drop their kid off for a couple hours and go run errands, or did they stay?
A few of the parents actually stayed there and kind of played with us. So especially since they were younger, I think some of them just are normally there with them most of the time. But yeah, they kind of stayed with us. We all just kind of hung out together. We gave everyone ice cream and just played games.
Fun.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Hi, my name's Avery, and I was joined by my classmates McKenna and Kaylee for our project Wayside Waste, which is actually the largest no-kill shelter in the Kansas City, Missouri area. And the purpose of our mission was to help the volunteers out there who actually do it just for fun. Like the lady that we had was a teacher, and we helped them out with their basic task, and that involved doing adoption letters, create treats, separate newspapers, and make enrichment toys for the animals. And overall, we had 24 volunteers come out. The biggest challenge we faced was not knowing what our project was going to be till halfway through the semester. It did get changed. We were supposed to go to the Hope House and we had some difficulties, but that was definitely a challenge because we had to scramble very last minute. And one of the main highlights we faced was how many people really wanted to go and play with the dogs. Everybody there had a great time and they always had a smile on their face. After our project, a student was asked, Ainsley Farmer was asked, what did you learn from the type of people/animals that you helped? And she replied, we learned how to better care for animals because there are a lot of people that don't care for their animals as well as they should. So I was very glad that I could have gone to this project. And overall, our project was very successful and we would be eager to go back to this facility again. Does anyone have any questions?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, apart from the 6 projects the volunteer club hosts each semester, we spend every Monday, Thursday, and Friday volunteering in our community. This includes going to our adopted grandparents and local elementary schools. Danny and Sage will talk about both of those.
So I get the pleasure of sharing a little bit about our schools that we visit every Monday and Friday. Aside from, well, each of us actually get our own classroom that we stay with the whole year. So I think most people could speak to how great that is to just be there week after week and just kind of see how the kids grow closer to you over that time. But since I've been in the program for 2 years, I've actually got to see 2 different classes, and both were at the same school, and I got 2nd and 3rd grade in succession. So I got to see some of my same kids from last year, this year, and that was just super nice to see how like they still remembered me even after like the year, even after the whole summer had gone by. So it was super nice and meaningful to see how those kids grew up and maintain the relationship with me. Aside just from my relationship with my kids, I've also developed super close relationships with my teachers that the 2 teachers I had, as well as my secretaries, because I was seeing them every week and talking to them, sharing about my day, even for just those 40 minutes, it's enough to make a really strong relationship. And I think the biggest thing I've probably gained from it is coordination skills. So I feel like I've really pushed through and was able to interact with people I never really would normally interact with, especially since education wasn't ever something that I really wanted to pursue in my future. So it's nice to get a taste of something that I never thought I would pursue. But yeah, thanks.
Along with the elementary school, we also made weekly visits to Colonial Oaks Senior Living here in Spring Hill. Here we see, some of us see different residents each week. Some of us see more of the same residents. It kind of just depends on what the day is and how all the residents are feeling. Some things we usually do games and crafts or just having like conversations with them. Some of our favorites and their favorites are like Uno, Sorry, and Jenga. It gets very competitive and everyone has a lot of fun. Personally, my favorite part is just building relationships and friendships with these residents. I love just hearing about their life and getting to know them and being a friend who they can talk to. And yeah, thank you.
We appreciate all of you taking your time to learn about the volunteer program here at Spring Hill High School. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I enjoy all aspects of what I do, but I have to be honest. This is one of my favorite. So thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have a question. How many of you guys are seniors? Can you show hands? Okay. Do you think, this is kind of a general question, but I'm assuming most of you have plans to go to college afterwards. was being part of this volunteer program beneficial in applying for college and helping you get accepted?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes. So there's tons of benefits. So really good job, you guys. I hope that this continues to grow. And good luck to you, seniors.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for the volunteer club. Remember to hang tight. We'll do pictures here in a second. But next up, to talk about their recent out-of-state trip, we have our high school FFA.
It's downloading.
Okay.
Yeah, once it, they'll,
Okay.
they'll open it.
So we're gonna talk about the trip to Atlanta, because that was the initial reason we were here, and then we'll talk about state after that. I'm Brooklyn Sharon. I'm a senior at Spring Hill FFA, and this is Keegan and Landon, and we had the opportunity to go to the International Arts and Prostate
Production Expo.
Yes. Which is basically, we got to go to that because we went to a national convention. In October, we competed in the poultry contest and we got top 10 as a team. So National FFA gave us a free trip to that. Let's get that one.
Next slide, please. So this was networking. So there was a day where we did a scavenger hunt around the whole entire convention. What is, yeah, that word, convention floor. And pretty much we got to see all the new products that were being made for agriculture to make farmers' jobs easier, as well as kind of networking out to other job professions. There wasn't just production. There was also like the growth side of everything. And it was just overall a really great opportunity. And while we were there, Logan, who is now at college at K-State, ran into his professor as well.
While we were there, we attended two guest speaker lectures. The first was about this ag teacher that actually ran a meat processing, and he treated it as a classroom. So he let his students participate and actually have a part of the business, and they sold in the local community. It was all local grown. It was very local, and it was all student led. And he, of course, was technically in control of it, but the students were the managers. They actually processed the meat. And the second one, she kind of just gave us like a trivia. It was just trivia the whole time, but it was a lot of fun, and we really enjoyed it.
And we also got the opportunity to go to many tours while we were there. I'd say that was probably one of our favorite parts. The first day we went to the Civil Rights Museum in Georgia. That was pretty eye-opening and it was cool to see. We also went to the World of Coke. We tried every flavor of Coke that was there, and there were many. We were sick. Well, yeah, except for Landon. Landon didn't do it, but the rest of us did. Yeah, we were a little sick after that. But then also that day we went to the Georgia Aquarium, which I think is the biggest aquarium in America. That was my favorite tour. We got to see dolphins, a whale shark, beluga whales, a sea lion show. So that was really cool. And then the next day we went to the College Football Hall of Fame. Yeah, they liked that one more than I did. But yeah, so that's kind of what we did on our trip while we weren't at the convention.
And then we went and competed at state last Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and two of our teams walked away state champions. So you're already up there, so let's do horse first.
Okay, well, I'm Brooklyn, and I was on the horse team. Then,
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a junior. I'm Taylin, and I'm a sophomore.
and I'm Hadley, and I'm a senior.
And then our floriculture team also won.
My name's Hank and I'm a senior.
I'm Isabella, and I'm a senior.
My name's Ashlyn and I'm a senior.
My name is Lily and I'm a junior.
That's really all we had. So I guess we did include that we will compete at National Convention again. And the dates for that are the 20th through the 23rd. We do not have any other information because still this school year and FFA is not about posting anything early. So we won't find out any more information until probably August. But that's where we're at right now. I just wanted to make sure that the seniors, since they're all getting ready to fly the coop, get the opportunity to get the recognition before they leave.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'll do some questions because you're talking ag, so you're talking, I'm going to go all the way around the horn. So on the processing side, what's a processing setup run? Did they tell you that?
Well, there was everything there. They had these huge machines. Some were just like gutters, and then some were like these little egg, like how they hold eggs nowadays. It was just like this plastic, like how they process eggs. And then there was this guy from Brazil talking about a food processing that they make food for livestock and how they want to start making I don't know the word. They want to start building in America. They want to start making plants in America. That's the word. They want to start expanding into America. It was really cool to talk to, like, it's everywhere. Like you hear all these different languages, you see all these nationalities, and it's a really cool, like, to see how broad it is.
Yeah, ag's really international like that. Did you notice any trends with all the products there? Like, I don't know, automation and getting people off the processing floor?
There was a lot of talk about AI, with AI being new. There was a lot of automated stuff. They were really talking about how a lot of the companies are pitching how forward they are, how much they've progressed from what they were just last year. And that was really interesting to see, like, how big of a jump they've made.
Yeah. Could you see some things and they're actually standing outside the door, but could you see how, robotics is just all the way into the industry now, and it's not just husbandry and production's big time?
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Oh, and you didn't get it. What was the favorite Coke flavor? Because we went there last year. Yeah.
Oh, just the regular. There are some weird flavors.
Yeah, the world's a crazy place, isn't it? Especially when Coke's concerned.
The bad ones make you forget all the good ones. It was really.
I don't remember like a favorite, but there were some really bad ones.
There were some special ones in there, weren't there? Yeah.
Ben?
Yes. Yeah. Just last year. Okay, state. Who wants to give me their 20-second closer on their project? What's the closer?
Do you just want to know about the contest?
In summation, our project is, and go.
So we're going for horse. So we go and they give us, I think we had 6 classes. Yeah, 6 classes, and then we gave 3 sets of reasons. So you judge your 4 horses, and then you put them in a certain order, and then you give reasons to a judge as to why you put those 4 horses in that order, and then you go through and you basically try to just like put it as close to as the official judge would place it. And so yeah, we ended up first place, I think by like 8 points or something like that. So it was a pretty close.
Brooklyn placed in the top.
Yeah, Brooklyn placed in the top. I think you were 3rd, right? Yeah, so it was a pretty close race, but we didn't exactly think we were going to win at first, and then we came out and we won, and it's kind of been our team for the past 3 years, so we've been really pushing to win. And after we had our seniors, we are super, super, super excited because we don't want to go to nationals without them. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. All right.
So just a quick question on that then from a city kid on the horses, right? So are you providing your own horses, or do they provide like randos and you're just completely judging?
No, so they actually provide the horses.
Okay.
We aren't riding, we just watch.
Okay.
And then they ride, they have, there's different patterns that they can do. There's rail
Yeah.
crosses, so where they're just.
Okay, well, I'm glad that's the answer, because the fix would be in if they were your own horse, right? Okay.
Yeah, so it's a bunch of different random horses, and they have all kinds of classes that we judge.
Awesome. All right. You guys are not going to go unscathed. Tell me about, it was floriculture? Did you get pushed up there? Did you walk?
No, I got it.
Okay.
So for our contest, you do 40 IDs. So you ID 40 plants that they randomly pick. And then you do a 50-question general exam, which that's over like literally anything in like the floral area. And then you'll do a greenhouse practicum, which you will go through a certain amount of questions over like pest and disorder, certain tools, and then just other like questions around like the greenhouse area, like what type of like there's this thing called a hydroponic tower.
No.
It's a giant tower that has a bunch of water in it, and you can grow plants out of it, and just kind of different questions on different ways that you can grow plants just instead of just in the ground.
Until they have the questions and you can't find
Yeah.
them.
Getting ready for Mars.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
They do always ask. Very talented.
All right, thank you, FFA. We'll get your picture here in a second as well. But our last of our 3 high school groups, the robotics team.
Okay, so hi, my name is Alex. I am a junior and I am a captain of the team that made it to state at our high school out of our robotics team. I don't know, Bronco Bots. So I guess what I'll talk about is, well, state. We went to Missouri S&T in Rolla, and we were there for 3 days. One of the days was just to drive down there, and then the other 2 was for a practice day and then actually the competition. So starting off, we were doing pretty good, and eventually we had lost one singular match, and that dropped us down to 18th out of 36 schools, I believe. So we were 36 teams. 36 teams. That's what I meant. So we were a little rough, but we eventually made it back up and we made it 9th overall at the end of the meet, which is 2 spots away from Worlds. So because we were so close to Worlds, FTC, they have which is the like robotics program and whatnot, they have invited us to go to Chicago for a premiere event, which is basically like showing off our robots and continuing to do just the season games, and that'll be our last chance within this season to continue competing. It's kind of like for fun, but so we're going to Chicago, and I can't think of what else to say. I'll see. Hope.
They did amazingly well. She talks about going down to 15th, but we ended up qualifying out of I think we had 6 qualifying matches. We ended up number 6, which put us into the number 4 Alliance captain, where we were able to choose another team that had gone to state to compete with us within playoffs. And so we chose Olathe Northwest Robotics Gemini, and they went with us and took us all the way to the end, partnered together, and we ended up the 9th overall. And it came out to 1 match, like she said, and stuff. So we were super proud, all the coaches, everyone who came, of just how far they've gone. We were there with no expectations except to learn and to absorb as much as we could. We were the only rookie team that was there, with teams that had been competing for 10, 15, 20 years. The state was not just Kansas, it was Missouri and Kansas combined. So we ranked 9th out of both overall. So it was very exciting. You want to talk about Chicago? How excited?
So I think you're saying we should divide by 2. So you're 4.5.
Yes. And I was tied for 9th, but so it was very, very cool. There was a lot of presentations. We got to go on S&T tours. They had their engineering students come out and talk to us and talk to the students and answer questions and stuff that they had. We got to meet up with a few of Spring Hill alumni from the engineering department as well. And so it was great to see them and just kind of explore what that engineering school looks like as well. So.
Unfortunately, I was not able to go to state as it just wasn't possible for me, but I'm extremely excited for Chicago along with the other team that was not able to go, because it will provide more so a learning experience for the other team, as we didn't get to experience, I guess in a way, more intense matches
because they're a lot more serious. Even if this is just for fun, we will still take it like very seriously, obviously. And just is a really exciting experience. And I'm glad that we as a rookie team are able to have that. So yeah.
First Robotics had invited the entire program. Since we were a rookie team, they invited all of whoever wanted to go, in addition to the Bronco Bots, to experience the premier event since we were a rookie team. So we'll be competing and doing exhibition with teams from all over the country and all over the world. There's a team from Taiwan, Greece, Brazil, China, Romania, I think. Yeah, so it'll be really exciting.
It's so awesome. And I'm just so proud of everything that you all have done this year. And, you know, with some support from everybody, corporate support, it's been hugely great. And it's kind of like the point I was making to the FAA. I mean, this is, you say it's fun, and it is, and I'm glad you're having fun, but boy, this sure does have a purpose. It sure does have a purpose. And this is great. So thanks so much.
Okay.
All right, well, we can go ahead and do the first group of pictures. So robotics is already standing up. So let's go ahead and have them come to the front. And if you guys would like to come down. Center under my logo here. Doesn't bother anyone but me, but center of the logo. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, robotics. You guys will slide out. Any volunteer plan? All right, everyone, as you hold up real quick, FFA is going to go next because they have a concert to get to. Sorry. If you need to warm up and sing a little bit as you take the pictures. Just don't scram. Lay, they don't have to lay down.
What's happening?
Okay. You just take it anyway. There you go. Just take a bunch. Perfect. Thank you, FFA. Now, volunteer club.
No. Sorry.
My goodness.
Autumn, if you want to stand on the ledge back there. So if you can find a gap, we'll get you. I'll Photoshop you in. Perfect, I think I got it. It would make for a classic picture if you did. Perfect, thank you guys.
So this is what. I can dig it.
All right, thank you. Now, our next group are members of our Superintendent Advisory Council. So if any of our Superintendent Advisory kids that are here, please come up to the front. Wherever you want to go is fine. You're leading the line, so. right, so throughout the school year, our superintendent's Student Advisory Council has brought together an outstanding group of student representatives from Spring Hill High School and each of our 3 middle schools. These students have met regularly with district leadership, offering thoughtful feedback on policies, sharing meaningful insight into the day-to-day student experience, and engaging in open, honest dialogue about our schools. All right, so at this point, guys, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come on the microphone, introduce yourself. Please give your name, your grade, and the school that you're representing. Okay. And you're leading the line again. Look at that.
Good evening. I'm Hadley. I'm a senior at Spring Hill High School. I just gotta say, I love this committee. I've been on here for 5 years now, so I've kind of been doing this for a while. I'll let everybody else introduce themselves, but good evening to you all.
Hi, I'm Abigail Messinger. I'm a freshman at the high school, and it's my 3rd year on this committee, and I've had so much fun meeting new people.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Harris. I am a junior at Spring Hill High School, and this is my first year, and I've really been excited to join.
Hi, I'm Jane Hughes. I've been on this council for 3 years and I'm a junior at the high school.
Hi, I'm Kaylin. I'm a sophomore at the high school and I've been on this committee for 3 years.
Hello, I'm Tegan. I'm in 8th grade and I've been on this council for 2 years now.
Hi, I'm Rowan and I'm in 8th grade from Woodland Springs and I've been on this council for 1 year now.
Hello, my name's Grayson and I'm a 7th grader at Woodland Springs and this is my first year.
Hi, I'm Jackson Cook. I'm in 8th grade and I go to Woodland Middle School and this is my first year.
My name's Ryan and I'm an 8th grader from Spring Hill Middle School. This is my 2nd year.
My name is Anwu Seo. I'm from Forest Spring Middle School and this is my first year.
I'm Keely Haney. I'm in 7th grade at Forest Spring, and this is my first year.
I'm Lucas Carlson. I'm in 7th grade from Forest Spring and this is my first year.
My name's Avery and I'm from Forest Spring. I'm in 8th grade and this is my 2nd year.
Well, hello again. So this committee is a bunch of select individuals from their schools. I believe their principals were able to select them for this committee. A few things that have been hot topics that we've been talking about, and probably you guys as well, is the lovely phone bill. Yay, everyone's favorite. We've got to demo a few of the possibilities that we're going to have for our district and get student feedback, and we love to do that for you all so you guys get a little bit of our side. We've talked about the phone bill and then obviously new classes at the high school and obviously the lovely new $60 million bond that is going to be happening and is currently happening, and all of the possible changes and everything, and maybe some things that we could have fixed originally before the bond and kind of getting the student insider on that. But we just talk about a bunch of different things. Last time, our very last meeting, we were able to go tour the lovely building up there, the giant facility, get a little student tour of that, and got to see all of the aspects that are basically behind the scenes of this. And some of us probably had no idea that there was so much behind the scenes to really the school board and our whole district. So thank you guys. Do you guys have any questions?
I do want to brag on this bunch. Like I said, it is one of my many activities that I do with students that I thoroughly enjoy. They come every time prepared and they all are willing to contribute and not just sit back and take it in. They offer their perspective and it's a wide variety. But as Hadley said, they definitely let us know what they feel is something that we're headed in the right direction, as well as maybe we need to either slow it down or take a different course of action. And this past year was very enlightening, as Dr. Robinson and Mr. Williams and Dr. Smith and others kind of helped coordinate each one. But like I said, we had a lot of interesting discussions, everything from back in the fall with our bond projects and keeping them up to speed, our CTE pathway expansions, and then in the legislative session, everything from the recess bill that was coming up, even going to impact the high school, which didn't at the end. Then, of course, electronic devices. And then one of the things that Hadley didn't mention, which was very instrumental to us, was they did also this past recent meeting we had offer some insight as to, we gave them some possibility of possibilities as to what our district-wide theme should be for the next school year. And they weighed in on that and gave us some good feedback so we could, firm that up. But again, it truly is a great group of young students. And it's really, like I said, each time we meet, I come out there just truly refreshed because it truly reflects, the great way that we're preparing students to be critical thinkers and look at the big picture whenever they're forming their opinions. And they're willing, like I said, to stand for any questions before we take any pictures.
Yeah, I have a question. So actually I have several. How do you get selected to be on the committee?
So for the last 5 years, I've just been called up by the principal of the building and asking if I would be open to joining this council. And of course, how would I say no to such a lovely council? It's gotten me so many opportunities.
Very, very good. What is one piece of advice, since you've been on the committee for 5 years, that you would give to some of the middle schoolers? It's their first going into their second, or even some of the new students that'll come onto the committee.
One thing I would say is that just your opinion matters. Your voice can go very far. And if, say, we talk about a topic and you're not very fond of it, speak your mind. Like everyone's here to listen to you guys, and things can be changed. And this is how, with our rapid expansion and everybody come into our district, we need student feedback. So I've just been able to share my feedback and my personal viewing, and then everyone that I've talked to being able to be the voice for them when they can't.
Great job, all of you.
I have a question for you. So the cell phone bill got a lot of attention, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to provide feedback for that. There was another bill that was introduced, and it didn't really go anywhere, but I found it quite interesting. It would have school districts have a student board member that would sit up here with us and discuss all these same items that we're discussing tonight, and be a non-voting member, but they would still be able to provide their direct impact at regular board meetings. What do you think about that one?
I think that's an excellent opportunity for everyone that's coming up. I feel that it really connects our community more because obviously you guys have a really big responsibility, and the fact that the students would be able to get that opportunity to sit up there and see what really goes on and have a voice is super meaningful to hear about. And of course, this is the first time I've ever heard about that. So that's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll follow on to that, which is, I think you were all here at the beginning. Everybody can come in here and say what they want for 3 minutes. You always have the opportunity to come have a voice and be heard by us, as everybody else does. So just put that out there. But my question actually was going to be, after going through this process, who has decided that being a school administrator is what I want to do forever and ever and ever, or maybe it really is kind of a tough row to hoe. It's hard and challenging, and so appreciate your input. It's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Are we wanting to get a picture?
Well, if you guys are able to hang out for a bit, we have 2 other
Okay.
ones that will go, then we'll get you then. All right, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
By the way, you guys can wait in the lobby, but chairs have opened up in here. So, but there's also pizza down the hallway. So do what you need to for the next few minutes. All right, next I'd like to invite Mrs. Leah Good to the mic as she recognizes a few of our CTE scholars and completers.
Thank you so much. So first, I wanted the opportunity to come and talk about our CTE completers. And so just for the board, a quick overview of what that is a student who has earned 3 full credits in a CTE pathway. So that equates to 3 years or 6 semesters worth of courses. And then they have completed a high quality work-based learning opportunity within their pathway. So for example, an industry recognized credential, a client connected project, having completed dual degree credits, so they would need 9 post-secondary credits aligned to that program of study. So basically going on to get their associates within that pathway. And so this year we had 66 students who have earned their CTE completer status. And so this is a tremendous offer. And we have some of those students here with us today. So if you are a CTE completer, please stand to be recognized. There are more FFA students in the hallway, but they don't want to come in. So some of our pathway completers also completed multiple pathways. So attached is the full list of CTE completers. Next, I wanted to recognize our CTE scholars. So this is a step up and above being a CTE completer. If you are a CTE scholar, you've earned the same qualifications of 3 or more credits within that specific pathway. They have to have a 3.5 GPA or higher within their pathway courses. And then they have to have completed one of the following technical skill attainment options. So not only do they need to have a work-based learning component, but it has to show how they use their technical skills that were attained within that pathway. Once they've completed all of that, they submit everything to the State Department, and then the CTE consultants look over those applications and they decide who is a CTE scholar. And so this year we are honored to recognize 3 students. So we have Arabella Brewer, and you can come up because I have a certificate and a pin for you. Elsie Sprague. And Kaylee Schubert. So that is all for the CTE completers and CTE scholars. Are there any questions? You can ask me or them. I can put them on the spot. They don't know that they're talking.
No, thank you so much.
And again, if you can hang out, CTE completers, we'll get you here in just a moment. But our last student recognition, but certainly not least, I'd like to invite Mrs. Good right back to the mic. That's why she didn't wander off very far. And our Director of Human Resources, Mr. Eric Tyler, and soon-to-be Spring Hill High School graduate Ashley Anderson to come forward to discuss the innovative Spring Hill Youth Teacher Apprentice Program.
Okay, so thank you. I was not gone for long. So we're really excited to come back to you guys to talk about our Youth Teacher Apprentice Program. We wanted to share some updates. And so this is really a celebration of Ashley's accomplishments this year. So we first brought this to the board in June of 2025 that we were going to pilot this program for the State Department. And so just a quick overview of some key details. This program is open to juniors and seniors at the high school, and it is a partnership between KSDE, Workforce Development, and our school district. Students who are part of this program can earn up to 15 college credit hours or possibly more. And then part of their functions are that they teach a minimum of 6 lessons throughout the school or throughout the semester, and that is individual and whole group lessons. And then it is a competency-based approach, and so their evaluation is all based on competencies. We try to align that with the teacher or the adult apprenticeship program, so they could transition into that if they chose. And then Ashley this year had the opportunity to be in 2 settings. So first semester, she was with Miss Musiski at Timber Sage Elementary in kindergarten. And then at second semester, she changed and she went to Spring Hill Elementary to be with Mr. Kirkpatrick in 2nd grade. And so we are honored to have partnered with the State Department of Education to be able to pilot the Youth Teacher Apprenticeship Program. So I want to invite Shane Carter, Director of Teacher Licensure, to come up and give some updates.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for allowing me some time to come speak. And I will also let you know that your team will be coming forward to speak to the State Board on Wednesday to provide an update to the State Board as well. First, I would like to congratulate Ashley on her journey, and I really look forward to seeing whenever I get to process her license and issue that license, and she becomes that great teacher here in the state of Kansas. So we talk about the Youth Registered Apprenticeship Program. Most of you are probably like, what is this? Well, Leah did a great job of explaining it. But I just want to thank you all once again for allowing them to participate in our pilot. Spring Hill was one of 3 districts across the state that participated in the pilot. And Leah and the team here at Spring Hill has enabled us to operationalize this and to push it statewide over the summer. So without their efforts, we wouldn't be able to do this. And the only other thing I want to cover is kind of the why youth apprenticeship. So number one, you just saw a lot of folks come up for CTE and different opportunities to learn as they're in high school of that next career they want. Well, we want those great students to be teachers in the state of Kansas. We need them. We want them. And this youth apprenticeship program allows us to do that. In addition to that, it also fills the need. We have a lot of vacancies across the state. This is just another tool that districts and boards can utilize in order to identify talent and then transition them into the classroom with some of our other non-traditional pathways. And then the third and final thing is teacher quality. This program is unique in that it gives the opportunity for individuals to not only learn through theory, it also allows people to practice and learn what actually works in the classroom while they're being supported by veteran mentor teachers. So thank you.
Okay, and next we wanted to bring Ashley up so she can talk about her successes and important parts of her.
Hi, I'm Ashley Anderson, otherwise known as Miss Anderson in the classroom. I am super excited to be up here and talk about this because it's new and I am the pilot of this program. So far, I have been able to complete 29 credit hours of college. This upcoming summer and fall semester, I will be completing 21 more credit hours. I'll also be able to earn my associate's degree along this journey, and this apprenticeship has allowed me to fast forward 1 year into college before I've even graduated, which is very great and really pushes myself. Alongside in the classroom, Miss Anderson side of things, I started off in a kindergarten classroom with Miss Muzinski at Timber Sage. They have a great and wonderful welcoming environment over there at that school. Love seeing Miss Lori and Miss Wilson in the office every morning. And Miss Muzinski, she's great. I loved her so much. And I have now been into 2nd grade at Spring Hill Elementary with Mr. Kirkpatrick. Starting off though, back to kindergarten, I was told I needed to complete 6 lessons on my own in the classroom, which seemed very intimidating at first because I'm like, okay, wait, no, I can do this, we're good. But then you sit in front of 20 students there and you're like, oh, okay. All right, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, but it was really great, and Ms. Fuzinski helped me along side of that. We do this thing called Haggerty in kindergarten, and it's just kind of like practicing sounds and words and things like that. And I watched her for about like the first week, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. She's really good at that. And the next week, I kind of was like, I'm like interested in that. And she's like, here's the book, you try. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, great. I got this. And so I got up there, and honestly, that was just ripping off the Band-Aid for that. And it really helped me start this journey and get comfortable in the classroom with those 20 students sitting in front of you. 20 students that I have to mention, might be playing with their hair, looking along out in the room. I mean, I have everyone's attention right here, right now, but it's very different once you're directing those kinds of behaviors and things like that. So that was a very good starting point, ripping off the Band-Aid. Moving into the 2nd grade classroom with Mr. Kirkpatrick, it was a different environment over at Spring Hill Elementary. I got to see a different school, different way that they operate things over there, which has been great, and see the world of 2nd grade. And as I have been in the 2nd grade classroom, I've noticed they are very independent. Big jump from kindergarten to 2nd grade, and you wouldn't notice. I don't know. I was like, wow, you guys are just walking around doing what I say. I don't really have to redirect very much until you actually get into it. And again, you get put in front of 20 more students, and you're like, okay, I can do this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, wait, you guys are in 2nd grade. Okay. And so then you're like, all right, no, I gotta be cool, right? And you just kind of sit up there and you're like, gotta learn a new crowd. And I think that's really great about this apprenticeship, and that you get to see different sides of things. I got to be placed in 2 different grade levels with 2 different amazing mentor teachers. And I've just really enjoyed and been super excited to be the pilot of this program. And I couldn't ask for anything more. Every day I go to work and do my youth teacher apprenticeship. I go in there and I pull small groups, and then we have our math and we have our skills. And on a normal week, that's just how my schedule looks. I go in there, do my small groups, and then I teach math and skills. Well, you probably saw that it said teach 6 lessons, but this apprenticeship, as I'm being the pilot of it, I've actually done completely more than that. And Mr. Kirkpatrick has done a great job of pushing me into teaching all on its own. Sometimes he even leaves the room and I'm like, oh, okay, I got this. Everyone get your skills book out right now. Be good, shh, quiet, okay? Make sure no one's walking out. And honestly, it just gets you used to that in the classroom, and it gets me just excited for the next day. Every day I come home, I tell my parents I want to go back. I only do 5 hours there every morning from 7:45 to 12:45, and I always just want to go back. Not to mention, as I end at 12:45, I then go home. I do my Johnson County classes at home, and that's how I've been able to do 14 credit hours this spring semester, which I just completed today. Yay, yay, yay. And I'll start my spring semester on June 8th, and I'm super excited to keep going and rolling through college and get my associates and then lead into my bachelor's. So, does anyone have any questions about anything?
I just want to make
Hey, raise your hand first. What are you doing?
Yes, Ms. Booker.
Sorry.
Excuse me, Miss Anderson, I have a question. Can I use the restroom? No, just kidding. I just want to say you have been a delight this year. My son was lucky enough to be in Miss Musinski's class and be one of your students. And he loved you, and I know that whole class did. So very good job. And I hope that this is going to really prepare you for student teaching when you graduate and you have to do a year of that. It's probably going to help you just be more comfortable in front of the classroom. And so I'm really excited to follow your journey and can't wait to see where you end up.
Yes, I just want to thank everyone so much. I'm going to talk a little bit more here for a second because I just thought of a couple things. But I wanted to thank Mrs. Good, Mr. Tyler, the Kansas State Department of Education. I'm very excited to go speak on Wednesday for you all. I would like to thank Mr. Kirkpatrick, Miss Musinski, and everyone at the Spring Hill School District for making this possible for me. Every day, again, I just am very happy and proud to be the pilot of this. And it's really taught me, like, I think I could go into the classroom right now, but I think it's really great that I'm going through each year, each step, learning more, gaining more knowledge, letting them know what could be better, what could be different, things like that. And I'm very proud to be able to stand up here and talk about that today. So thank you so much.
Can I just add to, I do want to say thank you to Mrs. Good and Mrs. Hackney, who did a lot of the front end teeing up of this program on behalf of the school district. And then Mr. Tyler, of course, baptism by fire, joining us in July of 2025, right? And the amazing work that you've done throughout this year. I've seen it firsthand going on recruiting trips with him. But I also want to say extremely proud of you, Ms. Anderson, for everything that you've you're not even a graduate of high school yet, and you're the college student I wish I had been. You know what I mean? And so we are extremely grateful for you to be our first to go through this program, and we really look forward to you coming on to our payroll full time once you've graduated with your certified degree.
Yes, thank you so much. Also, another thing I want to add, this experience has allowed me to see how adults in a building operate. I'm also still just a teenager. I think sometimes people can forget that. I even forget that myself sometimes. But I think that this is a wonderful opportunity. I work with adults every morning. I go home, I do my schoolwork, and I even work at a coffee shop. So I get to see all 3 different parts of it. And just remember, always have fun. Thank you.
being a part of our first pilot. Going into the 26-27 school year, I'm definitely proud to say that we have 2 students, Spring Hill High School students, that will be taking advantage of the Youth Teacher Apprentice Program opportunity, where they'll be able to gain real-world experience while leading and guiding our students on a daily basis. Last week, I actually had a conversation with Ashley Anderson to present her with an early contract offer of employment. What that basically entails is that we will be guaranteeing her a spot of employment contingent upon her graduating from a 4-year institution. She will be attending Emporia State University with the Emporia KC campus, attaining Kansas State licensure, similar to what Shane has discussed, and having those positive references along with the background check. Once those key requirements are met, we will actually be able to present her with that early contract offer of employment and transition her into becoming an elementary educator in the classroom, where she's utilizing her skills and efforts to give back to students within our community. I actually just wanted to present to her today because she has accepted the early contract offer of employment, some recruitment swag just to represent and welcome her to Spring Hill Schools. And then we will also be presenting to her some graduation cords as well to really highlight her success along within the program. I know Ashley opened it up to questions, but we just wanted to see if there were potentially any more questions that you all may have.
Eric, I just want to add, you've done a tremendous job. We haven't even completed your first year here, and everything that you've built upon this program is just amazing. That's so I want to commend you for that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he doubled the size of the program in a year. That's the way I'm saying it to everybody, by the way. It's not 2, we doubled it, 100% increase.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
Go this way, you can be in the big. Oh, that's how that works. So, and we're ready for our last.
Yes.
Yeah, right where you go.
That's it. I feel like Ashley, you guys are the stars here or something.
If you guys want to step forward a little bit, some of the board members will probably make it.
Okay, no one's gonna see you got here.
I'm gonna take that. Perfect. Congratulations on that. All right, now you guys can slide out, then we'll have, start with this superintendent advisory council come down. They've been sitting with us.
Go around back here, even.
Perfect. All right, advisory council, I think we're good. You guys are CTE completer. Anyone with CTE?
Yes, everybody, all the parents rolling out. Thank you for sharing your children with us.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you. I think you should just put her in every picture. Just for consistency.
You come every week now, just to be ready.
And parents, we will move out of your way.
Yes, the free PTE scholar, you guys would kind of slide in the middle here, since you have the fancy certificates. You say you can hide behind it for the.
There you go. You can wonder why I'm for children. Is that a good spot to stand? That's not
sure I can see. I may get out of the way. If somebody wants to. I think we're good. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. At the ready.
Same comments to both parents. Thank you for sharing your children.
Thank you.
Anybody who just not gonna fix your relationship? I hope. What do you need, John? It's probably gonna be real. We probably turn it down.
be too cold now?
We might turn it back up.
Just freezing. It'll keep it short.
That's probably.
Okay. Up next, moving to discussion items, bond update, Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you. We're going to keep the good news going. We are on time, on budget, and this summer we'll be breaking ground in the high school. So we're just going to keep that going with that. Speaking of the budget, just so you guys know, it's been about a month and a half since I've been able to get in front of you. The budget looks very much the same. Newkirk Novak came in with that estimate of about 26 million for the CTE edition, the Kalman's expansion for the high school. We'll be bringing that to you at the end of June. I'll go over some important dates coming up here real soon. Even with that $1 million above our budgeted amount that we had for it, we are still looking at being about 5 million below the budget. We are still talking to Newkirk Novak. They feel very confident where we're coming in with our budgeted items with that. Just so you know, this Thursday, we have the CTE Commons pre-bid meeting here at 3:30 right here in the board office. And then we'll be going over to the high school to take a look at the projects that they have coming down. June 2nd, they will be taking the bids from the bidders. So we'll have a kind of a rough idea at that time, what will be coming in with the project bids for that. On June 4th, Kylie and I will be going to the City of Spring Hill Planning Commission to get our plans approved for the CTE edition and the Commons expansion for the high school. June 22nd, Newkirk Novak will be here to present the high school budgeted amount or the budget estimates for coming in for the CTE expansion and the Commons. So we'll bring that to the June 22nd board meeting. And then we will be going, Kylie and I'll be going to the City of Spring Hill City Commission for June 25th for our final permit approval. And then on the 26th, we are expected to get our permit to get started on the high school edition.
I just wanted to make sure I wrote the right. So June 2nd, we're doing the opening.
Yes. And
the public opening.
Correct. I believe that is at 1:30. I will make sure you guys have invites if you guys are wanting to come to those and get those taken care of with that. Also, when you know, in the 26 million that they've estimated, that also includes the Commons expansion and also a contingency. So when you look at our budgeted amounts that we have under the current column, that also includes contingency, which I will be talking about next. Our elementary contingency, the last time I visited with you guys was towards basically the end of February-ish. We had $191 million that we have spent so far. Right now we're at 191,000. That's quite the difference. Now we're at $236,867. We've added a few items. Being the city inspectors and the fire marshal, we have now had to add some fire alarm devices to each one of our additions. So you'll see the cost for those. We had to rearrange some of our duct work and overhead coordination at Prairie Creek and Timber Sage. It was interfering with our fire system and our sprinkling system. So we had to add some extra material, reroute some of the piping and get things taken care of with that. Over excavation at Prairie Creek and Timber Sage, that rock is really hurting us and costing us some money on that. The rock, we were expected to be able to go down to our footings for 4 feet. Because of the rock, we had to dig down to 7 feet to get down to solid ground because of some of the rock. The parapet blocking and elevations. So the original drawings for Spring Hill Elementary School had it at this height. Once they got into the construction, it was actually belt taller than the drawing showed. that the architects used when they built the addition. So we had to add some parapet into the addition. That will even out the roof lines and make sure we're water sealed and lined up with those. So right now, currently, we're still sitting at $451,000 in our contingency. Talking to Newkirk Novak, we still have a few little items to run through contingency right now, but now the construction is pretty much, the additions have been built and they've been sealed, and we're just now dealing with the inside. You're going to see a lot less coming out of contingency. So we could see some money coming back from our contingency going back into our overall bond that we have for some of our savings. The building responder system, the system design has been approved, so I should be able to bring that its initial cost to you, what that's going to be involved in putting that into our additions at the next board meeting coming on that. And we still have not spent any money when it comes to tariff costs. So that is where we are sitting with the contingency. The elementary projects, I apologize. These pictures are a couple weeks old from when we put these in to even what you guys got last Friday on the Friday edition. Just so I was going to highlight a few of the other things that are taking place here at Spring Hill Elementary. All of a sudden on the inside, we have everything sheetrocked. We have a first coat of primer and paint on the walls on the inside. The roof is completed. They have the air conditioner unit, the return air unit actually mounted up on the roof at Spring Hill Elementary School. The stairs and the ramp coming from the south addition going into the building has been poured and ready to go and cured for that. The gas lines have been put in. All three additions have had permanent power placed within the addition. So that on the Saturdays, they've turned off the power to the buildings to get that connected. So we have all three of those taking place there and completed at all three of our additions with that. We did have some little bit of damage on one of our new additions at Spring Hill Elementary School on the storm. What we can basically tell is we see a piece of plywood come flying in the air and hitting some of our masonry work. They have fixed that masonry work on the addition at Spring Hill Elementary School, so that has also been completed going with that. Spring Hill Elementary School is doing very well on time. We are projected to move in furniture first part of July into those classrooms. Ready to go. Prairie Creek Elementary, if you haven't driven by, it's looking completely different. The brick is going up. It's looking really good on some of the brick. They have the first round of sheetrock, or they have the sheetrock up on the inside with everything but that. They are finalizing the roofing taking place at Prairie Creek. They also have the return air unit or the AC set on that roof taking place with that. So right now what we're looking at is they're finishing the masonry work on the outside. They'll be priming and painting the walls here relatively soon at Prairie Creek. And so once again, this project is very much on time, and we are looking at the first part of July to move in furniture to this addition also too. Timber Sage is probably about 2 weeks behind Prairie Creek. Remember, this is the one we kind of dragged on our permits. We started a little bit later than the other ones. So they have working on the ceiling of the outside. They are working on finalizing the ceiling of the roof before they finalize everything with that. They have all the power connected. They have the gas line ready to go. So they are finishing the roof, completing the roof, and they will finishing the sealant on the outside of the building, hopefully with masonry work starting again next week. And then they'll start working on the sheetrock on the inside. So we are probably about 2 weeks behind, but once again, Luis from Newkirk Novak, who's overseeing this project, feels very good with the timeline, and we are once again scheduled to start moving in furniture the first part of July, also with the Timber Sage addition. So very pleased with all that and the hard work that they're doing, getting those taken care of. The exciting news is now we're going to start talking about high school stuff. And so Kylie and I had the opportunity to meet with Newkirk Novak and the high school administration to talk about the logistics of what they would like to put the fencing around and make sure things are blocked off. So you are looking at the far northeast corner of the high school, and where the addition is going to go is the tan section, and the commons addition is expansion is also the tan section. The blue lines are the fencing. So you'll see where some fencing is going to go. The teachers will lose their parking lot on the east of the high school there where the teachers park. So they will be having to go to the west of the building. We will have designated handicap signs or parking moved over to that direction. Kylie has made our sidewalk and entrance to that side of the building ADA accessible. So we're ready to go with that aspect on that. So the teachers will lose some of their parking on during the year of the construction, but we have plenty of room on the west side for them to be able to park with that. The green is that they will still keep the access road so people can get down to the lower parking lot for baseball games, softball games, tennis matches. With that, talking to Mr. Cost, we're going to highly encourage our teachers to not park down there in the lower lot during the school day, but keep that accessible for any of the construction that needs to go, but make sure that the parents or the referees have access to that lot for activities after school with that. So that will be taken care of with some of those. And so you will see we'll have a lot of fence. We'll have a lot of areas blocked off with aspects on that. On the inside of the commons, so if you remember in the commons, we added about 8 feet to it, I believe about 5 years ago, to the east side. When you walk into the commons, you kind of see these pillars, and then about 8 feet to the east of that is where the expansion was. They will need to put a temporary wall in the commons, just like they did at Spring Hill Elementary School, so they can knock down that 8 feet of the commons and build out to the east side. So they will be in July building a temporary wall inside the commons. It could be extremely dark because they're going to lose all their window access in that area. So Newkirk, Novak, if our lights are not good enough, they'll bring in temporary lighting to help us out to make sure with that. Worked with Mr. Cost and Mr. Sutterby, the lead custodian there at the high school. So we've talked about lunches. Might have to do some overflow in the upper gym that we've experienced before to make sure we can get all the kids in there safe and proper and everything else with that. So there will be some inconveniences for this next school year for the high school while we do some of these projects as far as losing some of the parking spaces and having a temporary wall placed in the commons during the year. But we are pretty much sure that the new stuff being built is going to make the difficulty pay off with that. Any questions on any bond? Yes, Mr. Chitwood.
Yeah, on that layout, just looking at it.
The logistics map?
The one, the one that's up
Okay.
there now. Have we confirmed with our food partners and delivery partners that they're going to be able to make that work?
They are.
For the
So,
dock?
Yeah, so we're going to make sure we could do that. It's going to be that is why they have a temporary another road loaded right below the blue fencing on the south side. You can see a yellow dash. They're going to build that another temporary road right there for the waste
Okay,
management.
that's what they're going to lay down there.
And for
Okay.
food delivery. Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the only thing I had for you, Mark, is the green, right?
Yeah.
That is going to be open
That is going to be open.
throughout the entire project.
Yes, they will have signs before you get to that. Let them know that you're entering into a construction zone, but that road will be open for access. Yes.
Throughout the summer.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Williams? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't think you're going far.
No, I'm sitting right here.
Up next, the 27-28 district academic calendar.
Yeah, so this evening, I'm going to bring to you a proposal for the 27-28 academic calendar, the opportunity to work with some district office personnel and some teachers across the district. Each school, we ask for principals to give us 2 representatives to come join us for our discussions about this. I'd like to thank Mr. Peavy for creating some of the draft calendars for us to take to the teachers for discussion, Rachel Henderson and Dr. Robinson for all their help and assistance with all this stuff. And so what we have come together after a couple of meetings and some surveys, we have come together and brought to you the 27-28 draft calendar. There are a couple changes that you will notice. This is going to be pretty much identical to the 26-27 without the following. We are moving the conferences in the spring off of March back into February. We did this because we surveyed some parents and we surveyed teachers. The parent survey, because it was in Dr. Luttrell's LinkedIn, we probably didn't get a whole lot of responses on some of that stuff, but the parents that did respond, 52.6% of them wanted it back in February instead of in March. 40.4% of them wanted it in March, and then some of them just really didn't care with that aspect. We sent out a survey to the staff, asked them about the teacher conference placement for them in the spring. 63.6% of them wanted to go back into the February. 26.4% of them wanted to keep it in March, and some of them just didn't have a preference on that. So working with the teachers, we decided to take those conferences back into February. Next year, they still will be in March before spring break. But in 27, 28, we'll move them back to February, coincide with President's Day with that. The other thing that we added is the next couple extra PLC Wednesdays, talking to some teachers and listening to some parents. Even if we didn't have school in the past, we didn't have school on Monday. That means we didn't have PLCs on that Wednesday. We had 2 instances in 27, 28, so we added PLCs on those 2 days. You can notice that on the week of the third week in February is where we added one, and then also the third week in January is where we added one. We will start with new teachers on August the 4th. All teachers report on the 10th. We'll start with students the 16th. And get those taken care of. We have a 22nd of November as a flex day that we have going into Thanksgiving Day. We have 2 weeks off for Christmas, a full week off for spring break, and then we end school with students on the May 25th and teachers on that 26th, Friday, the May 26th. Any questions that you guys have about the 27, 28 calendar and the 2 changes that we made?
I just don't know if you have the data on it, Mark, but the parent participation for conferences, was there a noticeable dip in participation? Because I know a lot of parents that took advantage of getting a jump on spring break.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Ms. Zook provided some of that for us, so we were able to take a look at with some of that stuff. I think there might be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Kristen, there might be a discrepancy on how the principals counted some of their participation rates, whether they counted whenever the teacher met with the parent, or if it's just those 2 days that were designated for parent-teacher conferences. From the high school, there was a significant drop down in participation. I think that we have shown that our elementary parents are still very invested in their students' education, will reach out and meet with their teachers with that stuff. And I think we noticed a little bit of drop across the middle schools.
Yeah. We wrung our hands and went over this and consternated and quite frankly questioned making the move. And I certainly don't want to sit here and go, well, what happened? But it gets me to, if this is really the right move to go back, I think it's worthy of having the discussion of changing next year too. I mean, if it is that impactful, why stick with something that because I think the only reason you want this change is because it's better. Or is this better, agnostic? And I hate to push on this, but I mean, we went round and round and round on this. I mean, we really did. So
I think there's a couple things to keep in mind. I would be real curious if the teacher feedback is the same if you had a normal year with snow. Because keep in mind, part of what we were trying to accomplish was to put more academic time in January and February, which the year this calendar was adopted was a year we had a significant number of snow days. I think the other piece, and I don't completely disagree with making a change to next year's, but it's also pretty late. Normally we would bring this calendar to you in March or April. It was intentionally delayed because we wanted to see how did it work. So I think that would be just the other thing to weigh is, do we have families who've already made or staff who've already made arrangements for next year based on the calendar? But
well, and that's kind of, that's kind of where I'm going. If it's impactful for us enough to make the change back, then, and I'm not explaining myself very well here, but if it's a good enough reason to change it in 27, 28, then in my book, it's a good enough reason to change it for next year. And, I'm sorry if a couple of people have to reschedule vacations. This is actually, we made this change to get more engagement and to do better. And if the answer is it did markedly worse, then golly, anyway, that's just my feelings.
Yeah, I agree with you, John, on that. If we do have snow days, that's good. But if I think probably what the survey said, was there needs to be a break in there. There's a lot of sickness. There's a lot, it's a good time to reset our schools, do deep cleans and things like that. It's a flu season. So not only, vacations and stuff get affected, but people need a time to maybe get over a sickness or a flu or do like a deep cleaning at the school. That's a really good time to do that. I know if we had snow days, but we can't always count on those. So I'm with John, moving it back for the next school year. I think if we do it now, it shouldn't be a big issue. And I think we would probably be appreciated for doing that.
I think I agree. I'd like to hear Dr. Robinson's just maybe quick, like, what does that look like in practice at this point this year? Is that like putting toothpaste back in the tube?
I don't think it would be. I think we would have to go back and just make sure that in doing that, we don't impact the number of contract days and bring a draft to you in June. I was trying to think through how it impacts staff. It changes some blackout days and things like that for professional or, for them to take leave and things like that. I think the other thing to keep in mind is the places where we had low participation this year, we've had low participation. It was better, but we've had low participation for several years. So I think there's a different issue. Like if we're choosing to change the calendar for some of the reasons that Mrs. Baker stated, health and cleaning the building and things like that, I think it's well worth considering if we're moving it because we think it's going to fix the high school conference issue. I think we've got other things that we need to look into to address that. But as far as presenting a new calendar, we could put a draft together pretty easily and bring it back to you in June.
Well, and I think you're hitting the nail right on the head there, which is the driver behind it was to drive more engagement. And I don't know if.
I mean, the driver was not just more engagement, but to give a little bit more time for some meaningful results, test results, that kind of stuff in March.
Yeah.
There were several things, and we're not talking, so I actually disagree. I don't agree with changing the calendar next year based on the results, mostly because we're only looking at about 50%, which is exactly what it was when we looked at going to this new calendar. All of the surveys said about 50% were split. So we're not looking at an overwhelmingly large number of people saying, put it back.
Well, and then that takes me to, if that's really where we're at, then why are we changing again?
Well, I think
I'm not convinced.
I mean, I think it makes sense if it's not getting us any. I mean, yes, I think it did help get some test results and some more meaningful conversations with teachers at the elementary school level. I'm still not sure how we solve the high school problem. To me, that's something that's just different. But
I think Mr. Chitwood and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Robinson, we've had two extreme winters. 2 years ago, we had so many snow days. Kylie and his crew worked days. Dr. Luttrell spent so many days just canceling school because of that. And this year we had like one because of that. So it's really hard to know that, yes, we need to be able to get into the buildings and clean them when we have all these snow days. It would be interesting to see how a schedule with conferences in March work when you do have maybe 4 or 5 snow days, like a regular winter comes down with some of that stuff. I think what we faced this year when the discussion came was a little bit, oh my God, it was so long from January to March. We never had a break. We never had a break. We never had a break. Well, like Dr. Robinson pointed out, usually you do have some snow days. We just kind of went on the dry this year.
the Chiefs couldn't even win the Super Bowl this year.
Well,
I mean, come on.
So to me, that's a completely different conversation, right? That's a staffing conversation separated from a student achievement conversation. And we're conflating the two issues into one thing because, we can get some time off. We went round and round and round and round on this before we did it. I need to be wowed I don't need to be wowed, but you get where I'm going. I don't sense the urgency in changing back to the way it was. Whereas before it was emphatic that we needed a break and we would have more student data to work with. And I'm not trying to argue both sides of it. It's just, I'm not convinced this is the right move to move it back.
Here, I'll kind of argue both sides of it for you. maybe.
And I need that, Ted.
First of all, I would not be in favor of changing next year's school calendar. I think by the time that was officially done, it would be June, of course, and I do think that is pushing it a little bit too far. I don't have a strong opinion on this either way. Site council feedback was more to the positive side. Some of it was to the positive side because of vacations. So what I'd like to see is another year of data before we go back to February conferences.
I think that's a really fair point because my memory is with you, April. The driving factor behind this was centered around time in preparation for testing and getting testing resolved. And that's really ultimately what we're here for, right? And that's our quality control. And so I agree with what you said, Ted. I think it's fair, unless you can give me some really overwhelming evidence now that was the right decision to do because it did improve performance, which I don't think 1 year is enough of a sample size to make a determination on it. It'd be nice to get a couple of years under our belt. And I would hope we have the same type of winter next year that we had this year. In fact, I would hope that every year moving forward. But I think it's fair that it's too late to make a change. And I personally would like to see 2 years of data in the hopes that we made the right decision for the right reason in postponing it. And again, I know I'm kind of arguing both sides too, Ted, right? I mean, because, I want the engagement from the parents. I obviously want that. But what's more important to me is what performance of the kids.
So I guess my next question is that, so then it sounds like if we're bringing 2 years of data, are we proposing the 27-28 calendar to you guys next May?
Yeah, so what are you guys?
No.
So are you wanting the 2 years of data and then this is?
And we do this next year?
Yeah. And I'll be honest.
You can't have both ways.
No, I know.
I had different feedback in my site councils. The feedback I got was that it was not in favor of having it in March. So.
What, do you know the percent of survey participation?
Yeah, the parents was not very high. Now you have to understand, they did 2 surveys. So there was a chance for the parents when they left conferences in March to do the QR code when they walked out. I would say it was probably about 50-50 on their perception. They were the ones that were there and did it. From the survey link that Dr. Luttrell sent out for his LinkedIn, we got 57 responses from parents.
Okay.
Is what we did. Now for teachers, we had 129 responses from teachers on the survey coming out to them.
Your guess at a percentage?
And they were what?
They were
60% wanted-
63.6 to go back to February.
Yeah.
Like point something.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So specifically at the high school with doing these in March, does that butt up with like end of quarter testing or, because I'm wondering if we're already halfway through March and you're already, at the end of the quarter and you're meeting with parents of students that are struggling, like it's almost too late at that point to
Correct.
help them get their grade up
Very,
for the
very
end of
close to
the.
what you said. Yes, if you look at usually when they came back from spring break is about when we started the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
When it came to
So
some of that stuff with that. I think another thing that they ran into at the obstacle at the high school, and this is whatever, to get the schedule going and to get kids pre-enrolled, parents have to sign off on it when it comes to Zello. So that was usually in around January, February time. And so they had to tackle that a different way than trying to do it during the student-led conferences.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think I can put better words on it, which is, I think the last time that we did these schedules, you did too good of a job of convincing me that that's the way it should be and those compelling reasons. And I'm struggling with the new reasoning to overturn it. And I think Ted made an excellent point, which is let's look at what happens after a couple years before we make the decision to change it.
I'll give the flip side to that. I was pretty not in favor of moving the parent-teacher conference to March. It just, to me, seemed like too much. I'm probably one that likes the recharge in February. The snow days and the Chiefs days were really kind of a pain in the neck. So I could rationalize that, and I could understand that we were keeping these kids a little bit like ping pong balls that one year. But I did not feel like it was overwhelming. I felt like we were trialing something to move it to March. I didn't feel like they were selling it as a problem solver. It was more, let's try it out. Let's see if here are the benefits, right? Test results, getting a little bit more time. The risks, is it too far into the year? We don't get the time in February. So I really did feel like it was a trial. So I'm not shocked to see 2 years and then maybe we look at going back. To me, that feels like what's going to be interesting is if we get to next year, we get a lot of snow days and then we're like, whew, this was the way to go. Now I do think that could happen.
Does teaching and learning have a strong opinion on this either way?
Yeah.
Do you want to share them?
So a couple things. I think we're always going to have a challenge to try to get the perfect calendar, right? The perfect calendar cannot solve every problem. When we discussed it last year, to Dr. Robinson's point, one of the things we were attempting to do was minimize the loss of instructional time during the winter months, whether it's snow days or you have you're coming off of a 2-week winter break, and then January and February already have some government holidays built into those months. We were experiencing a lot of weeks where it was a 3-day week or a 4-day week, and it was really difficult to build momentum around academics. So a big part of the calendar discussion last year was how do we get momentum around academics in the winter time? And not to give away any surprises, but I think we did see a few increases in student achievement. So that was great. That said, we are going to have some challenges around participation. People may look at the calendar and say, all right, extra long spring break, maybe it's an opportunity to take a vacation, but we had people who did that anyway. So I think it's always going to be a little bit of a 50-50. People may approach conferences and say, well, I've checked Skyward, my kid's doing great. Let's go to the beach. That's always a reality. So I kind of hesitate to make a change. And this is just my personal opinion. So I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone other than Aaron Smith, but I would hesitate to make a change for 26, 27 until we have a couple years worth of data to consider. And then 27, 28, we have a little more to talk about to say whether or not we think there's momentum for academic achievement, concerns around participation. And I think to Dr. Robinson's point, where there's low participation in conferences, we probably need to rethink retooling the format of how we engage parents, particularly at the secondary level, whether we make a change to the calendar or not.
Okay, so that's kind of what I was going to talk about is I think we have many issues with conferences if we're looking at participation. So there's a really big need to meet with parents and talk about students' plans, what they want to sign up for. That's a big piece at the secondary level of why we really relied on it in February, but we had very low participation then as well. Not as low as we did this year. This year was very sad, but it was never where we wanted it. So we've talked about how, particularly at secondary, we just need to rethink how we do it anyway, because we really need parents to get involved in ways that matter and are really important beyond just what they can see in Skyward. There's so much more that we need to talk about with parents understanding their students, their strengths, their weaknesses, what they should enroll in, what do they want to do. All of those kinds of conversations are what we want to have happen. But when only 30% show up, what's happened? The rest of them are just enrolling in what? So we really want to rethink it anyway. But really that conversation does need to happen January, February. So it's tricky because I see why we wanted it why secondary wants it then, but even then we didn't have great participation. So we have a lot of things we need to think about. I will also say the reason I think Mark had mentioned a minute ago that the data was a little off, like we collected data, but particularly at those elementary levels, some of those teachers, they were being very creative in how they were meeting with parents because so many of them were gone. So we still counted them as conferences, but they didn't necessarily happen that day. So we need to be a little better about what data we're collecting on some of those so I can give you clean data on who came and those kinds of things. So again, there's a lot of variables to it, I think.
I think to add to what Kristen just said, though, your elementary teachers were creative in how they set up conferences.
Yeah.
Part of what we've heard for multiple years now from the high school is give us some of that flexibility as well. And it may be a matter, as they both hit on, of reimagining what do high school specifically, what do high school conferences look like? And maybe they don't all take place on the same 2 nights.
Well, and that's honestly,
convers-
that's honestly what I'm hearing now, which is this needs to be a more complex calendar is what I'm hearing. And so that is making sense to me. That is making much more sense to me that because, you know, there's one of the other things that has come out of this, which is in some ways we're reacting to last year's weather with the calendar. And that's what now it's bubbled up to the top of my head, which is we're chasing something back and forth that we're never going to solve for. So what's this discussion that we're going to have of having the right calendar? Because I think that's where we need to end up.
Yeah.
What might be worth going back and looking at is specifically, and I hope this is taken in the right manner from our high school staff, but I think going back and looking at which calendar might be best for your elementary program, look at the teacher data and the parent responses. And then I think giving us I think adopting a calendar based on that, and then giving us a year to work with a team at the high school level to say what could conferences look like, and potentially coming up with a more creative solution. I mean, the year before we were looking at like 30%, and that's a high point, right? So I don't think it's going to matter where the calendar goes with high school families. I think it's a matter of really looking at what information do they need, what's the best way to get it to them, and how do we utilize the staff we have to make that work. And we've internally had some conversations, but to make a significant change like that, we've got to engage teachers at the high school, administrators at the high school a little bit more before we can make a good recommendation. But we could go back and look at the data, or we could recommend a calendar more similar to what you have in 26, 27, with the understanding that with a second year of data, we may need to present a change in March or April next year, because we should be able to do an earlier turnaround than we did this year.
Well, and I'm just going to add, and I would like to sleep on it for a couple of nights, but I really like the angle that you guys presented because it's kind of outside the box. But it also fits into some data points that I've gotten from site council at the middle schools, right? And that is centered around adequate time in planning with the counseling staff and the parents. The parents basically asking, please include me in that, the course study and the course choosing and those types of things. Maybe not necessarily the conference on how little Johnny did the last couple of semesters, more so, hey, he did this, he's showing signs that he's liking to do this, and this is the conversation we had. And so maybe it's an expansion of the calendar. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, but I want to sleep on it. Maybe it's an expansion of the calendar to add something that's specific to that addresses that particular piece for the parent engagement for the right reasons.
Would it be too complicated to approve a calendar that has a provision that one of these 2 dates will be for parent-teacher conference, but so that we're not going too far into the year before even approving calendar? That way start and end dates are clearly communicated to everybody, and then we make the decision on this particular topic next April, May-ish.
Works for me.
I think we could. I think you could denote on the calendar that it would be either the February dates or the March dates, which would still meet our contractual obligation in number of student days. And then we just have to ensure that we come back and firmly in March or April, make a determination.
Put it on the board calendar.
Yeah.
The only other thing, Dr. Robinson, in going back in this look back, and I would say especially at the high school level, I think we've got to go back in the annals and look at spring break absenteeism on the shoulders and see how many more days that we had with students because of the way conference was scheduled and spring break was scheduled versus then and now. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I think the one other thing I would put out there is typically the way conferences have fallen, you've had a long break as well. And I would bet we have just as many families, because typically it backed up to President's Day, right? So you had a 4 or 5 day weekend. And I know especially for staff, that was a pretty popular time to take. So it may be that our attendance doesn't look that different, but we could look at it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to affirm that there's no difference in that.
Okay.
I have another question on the calendar. Maybe you two want to stay. So this is a completely different topic. With our growth of our district, I didn't know if we've ever thought about having like our first day of classes. So at the high school, it's the first day isn't just 9th grade. Have we ever thought about doing that for middle school with the way that our district is Have we? Oh, I see smiles.
We
Okay.
have, yes. We've recommended that. We think it's a great idea.
Okay, I do too.
You say we, that's correct.
Oh, okay. That is so great. Okay, so how come we haven't maybe drafted that for this 27-28 school? When are we thinking about maybe transitioning to that, or what kind of needs to happen, or what discussion do we need to have to maybe make that change? Is that something that our teachers want at the middle school?
That would need to be something that the calendar committee discussed. It's something Kristen and I have talked about internally just as a teaching and learning. To your point, as we've grown and giving 6th graders an opportunity to be in the middle school for a day by themselves before welcoming 7th and 8th graders, that might be worth looking at for future calendars. But that discussion has not gone to the calendar committee yet. So
Actually, it did come up.
oh,
this
just
year at the
kidding.
Calendar committee.
We did not bring it to them.
And it would be something I think administratively we would support if the board is open to it. It does make a lot of sense in making the transition in. And Mr. Williams could probably speak more to what it has looked like at the high school level. But I think there would be a benefit of having our 6th graders
Yeah.
I'll say that makes perfect sense to
be
me.
able to do a transition day.
And the other thing that came up that wasn't presented on this calendar was the last day of school being done. It's a half day. Because that's a lot of other districts in Johnson County have that, and they have a half day on that last day. And that was heavily favored by the teachers also too.
And sometimes it's a half day on the first day too.
It has been a half day on
So
the day
that
too.
could
So
be-
you usually get done. I know like at the high school, our links program is technically done by noon,
Yeah,
and we're doing stuff just to fill the rest of the day.
yeah.
That's what we're doing. So yeah.
Okay. I can't wait to hear from the calendar committee on that.
So I think what we've all said is there's a lot of things and we're going to bring it back for discussion again. Is that where we've landed?
Yes.
Back for discussion and action, probably. We're probably going to have to do both in June,
Yep. We'll have it ready to go.
right? Okay.
Stick around.
Up next, 8.03, personal electronic devices and social media. Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
I don't think this is going to take 10 minutes.
Neither one. I want to play. No. No. No, you're good.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5.
Sorry, I blew that one up, Mark. I wanted to make the first meeting back.
Yeah.
If a lot of those things will be good.
Yeah.
And, oh, okay. I think we're good to go ahead and get started.
All right, well, you have two policies that are presented. Both of these are connected to the substitute for House Bill 2299, which addressed the most talked about part of it is the cell phone piece. I'm going to start backwards tonight and talk about the social media component of it, because I think there's more to discuss on the cell phone piece, and I'm hoping that'll give us a little bit more time. I'm going to stay really high level as to what's in the policy, and then what I would ask is if you've got feedback or questions that you provided, and we can continue to work with it, and we'll bring a more polished draft to you for the June meeting. But essentially what is happening there with the social media piece is part of the bill was to restrict teachers utilizing social media specifically for communication with students. And it's really about two-way communication. And part of this is a safety component for students. It's about the district being able to monitor the conversation that goes on between adults and students within the district. So there's a couple of things that are in this policy. There's some real clear definitions. We're talking about things like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, those kind of things would not be allowable for a teacher to use and to send information to students. Essentially what we're getting at here is for the district to have approved social media platforms, which we've started talking with our communication team, but even more than that, to encourage staff to use email and to use the tools that we already have that are instructionally based. And then for things like athletics and activities, for us to have a clear platform, which I know Mr. Peavy has already been working with Apogee and with Rooms as to be ready for the fall. I would tell you that most of what's here in the draft policy aligns really closely. The wording is almost word for word from the statute. So there's not a whole lot that I would suggest that you make changes to. There are a few places where there will probably need to be some things still developed once the policy is approved. There's a training component for staff. There's a few things that are being recommended in other places. Cell phones aren't directly addressed in the House bill, but based on the tone and wording, it will likely be a part of our training to ensure that our staff are both utilizing social media correctly, but also that the use of cell phones for communication with students is discouraged. We really want them to utilize channels that are managed and owned by the school district. And part of that is because we can protect our staff and students because we retain those conversations. We can review and monitor them. There's other pieces to that. I was trying to see if there's anything. There is a component in here that also it restricts teachers from requiring the use of social media as part of an assignment. So I just want to put that out there. But at the same time, there's a process that will need to be further developed for staff if there is a specific purpose that they need to be able to utilize it. It gives them the ability to put a request in to the superintendent or superintendent's designee. And we'll continue to work on who that would be. It's likely that that part of the process will get more defined next year as we work with it. But there is a piece there if a teacher could justify that there is a legitimate reason for utilizing social media as part of their curriculum, that we could get it appropriately approved. But questions on just the social media piece, and we'll talk cell phones separately.
You know, on the social media side, you know, one of my questions / concerns with it is, you know, we go down the path of saying students won't be required to use these things, but looking at the use case now of how social media and even adjacent groups, student groups use it. Kind of my question comes back to actually communication and making sure that we have the correct communication platforms and pathways and access to support everything that is there before. So long story short is making sure everybody's got what they need to be able to communicate with everybody and they need to communicate as we're cutting this off as a pathway. And the other side of it is even having approved social media platforms. And I don't know what the specific circumstances with any of them are, but you tend to go and find what I would call orphaned accounts where we've got XYZ group and it hasn't been touched, and then in 5 years or whatever, and then you go, oh, what happened with that? And they go, oh, only Mr. Chitwood had access to that and we can't get it anymore. So from a policy standpoint, I'd like to be much more explicit in saying that not only can you use these, but that same dual custody thing, which is it is going to be, the access is going to be provided to whoever you tell me, building principal, communication, I don't care who it is, but the continuity of ownership and of visibility is there, because I'm not quite certain it's there.
So there's a couple things you mentioned that we will likely need to bring Facebook and a few of the tools that communications is already utilizing to the board just for approval to make sure we're clear. And Mr. Peavy, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of our staff, social media is not their primary method for communicating. It really gets into them using other apps that they are either purchasing or free. And that's a piece that when we moved to Apogee, we were trying to start the process of streamlining. The other part, when you look at even the approved social media pieces, what's in statute is really pushing districts towards one-way communication, that your social media is not the spot where you're going back and having conversations with students. It may be to push out information from the high school about an event coming up, but you're going to have other methods for receiving questions. And that could be email, it could be rooms, it could be a number of things, but
yes, and in that, while we're talking and focusing on the students, which is why we're all here, parents are going to use these things and they're going to, if we have a presence and the platform provides a method to communicate, parents are going to expect that we're responsive, and we're not, and nor should every teacher be expected every time they get a message to interpolate whether it's a student or an adult that's making the communication. So that's my long way around of saying, I think this is more complex than what's on the page. And that's my feeling.
I think we're going to find out both of these issues. The further we get into it, the more we find other things that need to be addressed. So shifting gears to talk cell phones. Again, the policy you have in front of you is predominantly taken straight from the statute. There's a couple of places, a couple of things I would point out both to you and to our members of the public who may be viewing this now or view it in the future. We're not just talking cell phones. That's been the terminology that's used the most. We're talking smartwatches, you're talking tablets, you're talking anything that wasn't issued by the district that's being used for communication, earbuds, things like that. I think it's more likely that those pieces will cause us challenges next year than even cell phones, because they just aren't pieces that we have policed in the same way. And now you have statute that dictates that. The other piece that that's a difference in the definition of this policy. In past, we have allowed them in some places for passing periods or at lunch. The way the statute is written, that's no longer allowable. There's a couple of exceptions that are noted in here. One of those is travel. If you're taking a college course or you're going to do an internship or some other academic work that causes you to leave the school. both the statute and the policy would allow you to have access to your phone during that time. The other exception that was put in here was based on feedback from both our superintendent advisory and from our administrative team. But we were choosing at this point to still allow it for even school-sponsored events that were taking place outside of the school day. And part of that is thinking, I'll use probably the worst example, but Friday night football games, couple hundred students in the stands. I think being able to apply a policy consistently without discrimination and in a way that we can actually enforce it is going to be very difficult in that setting and is going to ultimately set our administrative team up for a real conflict-driven evening between students and families. So at least to start with, we'd like to start with, let's set the expectation during the instructional day. Let's get that piece right. And then if we choose to expand our policy, that we go down that path. There are a couple places that there will need to be processes developed. It does allow in the statute for exceptions for students with IEPs, 504s, or that have a medical need with a doctor's notes or doctor's notes supporting it. That's a piece that Dr. Weber, Dr. Smith, and I have started discussing. It'll likely be a summer project, although we've already had a couple of requests come up that we'll need to develop the process. The IEP team in 504 is a little tricky because ultimately, the way federal law is, those teams get to determine what gets written into a 504 or an IEP. We're probably more dealing with the doctor medical side and who ultimately reviews those. How are they received? Who ultimately decides that what's being provided meets the district's expectation to allow access to the phone during the school day? And those will be pieces we'll keep the board informed as we go. And ultimately, what in the policy piece it's saying is that students, their phones should be, it's using the wording directly from the statute that it's secured, inaccessible during the school day to them. It doesn't explicitly explain how that happens or consequences if they're caught with it. That piece will come in the handbook. What we'd really like to know from you all tonight is more information as we talk. I'll hand it over to Mr. Williams in a minute to talk about storage devices. Dr. Smith has done a really nice job of working with our administrative team already on a couple different drafts of handbook for you. And depending on feedback from you all tonight, we'll start to include some of that wording in the Friday update so you can see where we might be going. And we'll bring a more formal recommendation to you in June. But questions about the policy before I have Mr. Williams talk storage options?
So I noticed that this does very closely mirror the statute. So I guess my only question, and this is the way that I hoped it would be presented to the board. Does this policy alone put us in compliance with statute?
So the policy, the way it's written, should. What I will do based on any questions you all have, and this is what I've done with every policy, is I will sit down with Mr. Goheen again before we actually bring it for a recommendation and review it one more time, just to ensure that it does. But I believe that it puts us in compliance. It's been reviewed by KSB. It's been reviewed by our legal counsel.
And now, because I see him with the pouches, are we in compliance whether or not we have the pouches?
We are not required in the statute to provide a pouch. The way the statute is written is that their phones have to be powered off, stored, and inaccessible to them during the school day. It also clearly states that because they're not going to access it during the school day, they are welcome to leave them at home as well. I think we're realistic to know that we will have students who will have them in their car, in their backpack, varying levels, but we're not required to.
Yeah, maybe the way I should phrase that question, are we required to make, and I know you said you still want to have further conversation with Mr. Goheen. Yeah. Are we as a district required to make the device inaccessible, or does that requirement ultimately fall on the student as we've put it in our policy, and they'd be subject to disciplinary action if not.
So unless we're given different direction from the board, our recommendation is going to be that we make them inaccessible in policy, and we directly address it in handbook through the discipline side of things, and that we manage it that way. We do want to share some of the options that Mr. Williams has been looking into, more so the board's fully informed.
Okay.
And there may be a reason for us to purchase a smaller number of pouches to use more in the consequence side of things as a device is taken into possession, or if it's out during the school day, that might be an option that's included in our handbook language. But as far as issuing one to every student, it's unlikely that that's our recommendation.
Okay.
Coming to the board.
Okay. I think I'm supporting where you're going.
Yeah, and I think I'm in understanding it. I'm gonna restate it in ways I understand it, which is, it is not our obligation to create the inaccessibility. And a phone is Schrodinger's cat, as far as we're concerned. Is it in the box or it isn't in the box? I don't know. I didn't look in the box.
Well,
Right.
and I think
really
the
depends.
feedback we got from building principals, and we heard it real clearly from our superintendent's advisory, is no matter which of these options you go with, you're still going to have a small number of students who are going to push the limits. And that's with any policy, right? They're going to see, what can I get away with? Where can I still access my phone? Those are pieces we're going to have to address more through the handbook and how we're responding to their use. I don't know that there's a strong feeling from the students that were involved that providing them a pouch, they had lots of solutions in the advisory conversation as to how they would utilize the pouch, things they would do to skirt the piece. And you're talking about, in most cases, your policy following, rule following students, right? So I think we're just not convinced that providing a pouch to all students is going to solve our problem. I think we have to ramp up our expectations both for staff and from our standpoint for administration and how we're responding to it. But I don't know that we're convinced that purchasing a storage option is the solution.
And just one more quick clarifying thing, just for everybody's edification, as a result of this and coming out of the budget committee, have any additional funds been provided with which to implement this law?
No answer to that.
No. I think I do, but I just want to make sure I didn't miss something.
No, and that's a good lead into Mr. Williams.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. And we can all answer questions when you're done, but do you want to share a few of the?
Sure. So I've had the opportunity to talk to 3 vendors with 3 different companies and talk about the cell phone storage. I can tell you they've been very busy talking to districts across Kansas, especially here in Johnson County. I've reached out to a couple other people that are looking at the same 3 topics or items if their district provides a storage for this. This is the new Case XL. This will hold a cell phone, a watch, and AirPods when you have it. And the unlocking mechanism on all 3 are magnets, but they're really powerful magnets. We have tried them around the high school on different strengths of magnets that they have within the building, and they can't unlock them with already magnets within the building. This unlocking device actually comes on a piece of wood that either a teacher can hold or it could be mounted on a wall. And all a student does is just come up to it, and they pop it open, and they can pop open their case. When they close it, it stores it, and they can have it in their bag. It has a 3-year warranty on it. When we get there, we're looking at enough cases for middle school and high school. And if we buy enough cases for middle school and high school for the new case, we're looking at $45,360 when it comes to this. The next one's the Yonder. Thank you. The next one's the Yonder pouch. This is probably the one that's been seen the most around. It is just a little cloth-like pouch that locks with another. This is the unlocking mechanism here. I will say when it comes to medical needs on the new case, Their medical case still locks, but it has a open part in the bottom to where a student can get their finger in there to have access to their phone to check anything they need to on a medical. The Yonder medical pouch is a Velcro pouch. The Velcro is loud enough. If you hear it, you can hear it. Anybody open with that? This could be mounted on a wall throughout the building. You pop it open like this, and the student can have access to get to their phone. It is a little snug, to be honest with you. Get all three items in there, but you can get your phone, your watch, and your AirPods in there, and then they just shut it and push that in, and it locks for them on this. The Yonder pouch for our middle schools and high schools will run us $66,000 plus shipping when it comes to those. And then this is the Generation Faraday. This is a locking bag that will hold cell phone, watch, and AirPods in them. Their medical pouch is a Velcro device that you will hear unfastening. It comes with a couple two ways to unlock it. Probably what makes this stand out a little bit than the other ones, it has the Faraday line on the inside. So as soon as you put your phone in there, if it's not powered down, you're losing all signal. When I put my phone in there, unlocked it, I immediately lost contact with my phone, my Apple Watch, so you will lose all signal when it comes to that. They have a couple different ways to unlock it. They have these little mechanisms that come out on little podiums that you can wheel out by doors. You can get them in 2 or 4. So I got some quotes on those coming in. Or you can get your teachers some lanyards that come in there. And basically, with this magnet, you pop it, it unlocks, and then they unfold their bag, and then they get their access to their phone, their watch, and all that stuff. The Generation Faraday is a 3 to 4 year life expectancy, and for enough to cover our schools, middle schools and our high school, and have a few extras for any kind of damage or new enrollment, we're looking at $81,693. So those are the 3 cases that we have for cell phone cases. If you're interested in looking at them, I'll be glad to leave them behind, or I'll be glad to pass them around if you want to try unlocking them with stuff. And so those are the 3 options that we have at this time.
Mr. Williams, do you have life expectancy on the case in the Yonder pouch?
No, they did not tell us a life expectancy. I just know on the new case is a 3 year. This is 3 to 4 year. So if we go to middle school, high school, at some point, we're going to have to buy replacement pouches, because if they're at the middle school level, they'll need a different pouch at some point during their high school career.
Yep. Thanks.
Yep.
This is a dumb question, but have you tried using scissors on those?
Am I supposed to say that in an open meeting? Yes, some very strong shears can open them if they need to in case of an emergency purpose. For both this bag and the Yonder, the new case can be used by a screwdriver.
Do you have any questions?
So
Guidance,
those
feedback?
prices you gave us, would that be buying one per student, or would that be just buying the minimum amount that you have to buy? Is there like a minimum amount? Like if we said we want 50 of these?
Yeah, none of them gave me a minimum amount and said this is what you have to have. What I did is I looked at our enrollment when it came to the 3 middle schools and the high school, had a little bit of extra for extra growth in case we had some move-ins or needed a replacement or something like that. So I'm looking roughly at around 2,500 cases is what I looked at.
Okay, but if we were going to buy them just as like a discipline,
Sure,
thing, then we could buy just,
correct. Yeah,
however many per school. We wouldn't need one per student.
correct. Yes.
Be a lot
Yep.
more cost effective.
Part of the benefit of why that's come up as a conversation is that as a building principal, if I take possession of the kid's phone, there's a whole lot of other things that could be triggered. Whereas if I do lock it, give it back, they have to come back to the office at the end of the day to unlock it. You're still in possession of your device the whole time. It just takes a little bit of the risk off of our administration.
I was actually going to ask that. Is there anything in the state statute that does protect us and our principals from phone damage?
So it's in statute and in our policy that we are not liable for damage related to the devices, in part because we're discouraging them from being
Right. just
at
wanna-
school in general. I would be curious how that piece holds up over time, but it is in statute and in our policy.
Is there a consensus on what the staff prefer out of those 3?
Students were pretty clear that the Faraday one was the one they.
And when we showed them to the principals, I haven't gone to every school and shown them to staff, but we showed them district-wide to the district principals. They would probably say the Faraday just because of the different ways to possibly unlock it with the teacher lanyards or the podiums that you have access to with that. And if you have an opportunity to keep on trying to unlock it, it's by far the easiest one to unlock in a quicker manner than some of the other ones.
Part of that is thinking of a 1,200 student high school and how do you exit all of them at the end of the day? Where if you were buying a smaller amount, you could probably look at any of the 3 devices.
Yeah. Well, and I would argue that you've got 3 choices, but there's really 4. And the 4th choice is that there isn't a device. And it basically falls back on the disciplinary action for, and this goes back to, you guys have heard me talk about it. We've talked about it. Dr. Luttrell, school district in Kansas that has been doing this now. They're in their 3rd year. And none of these devices can be seen. If they're seen, they're confiscated. First offense, student comes in and gets it on his way out of school. Second offense, parent has to come in and get it. Third offense, 4-hour detention on Saturday morning. If you want to go beyond that, then you're talking in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension. I mean, the deterrence is the discipline. And unfortunately, and the thing that concerns me the most about that approach is it puts the responsibility on the staff. And the staff are absolutely going to have to be diligent in the enforcement of the policy. So when you see the device, it's got to be confiscated. And then it's up to some administrator along the way to determine first, second, third, fourth, fifth offense, right? Now, I'm not arguing that we don't have some of these devices because you make a really good point. If these devices are confiscated and held in the front office at the high school, it may make sense to have, when Dr. Luttrell and I talked about it, some kind of coat check system, right? Where the device is placed somewhere and there's the ability to discern whose is whose, and some protection, liability, risk protection on the district with the device, even though it's not needed, in my opinion. Simply because both statute and policy covers things not supposed to be in the building, user beware, right? So that's just my 2 cents on it. And if it may require a bigger discussion, but that is the common sense approach to this without having to spend a dime, outside of the fact that you want to start doing the math on the 80, the 70, the $50,000, you know, that who's going to oversee the 4-hour detention on Saturdays? Well, what do we pay a substitute for a full day? $140. So we pay staff, some staff, and run the math on that. How many detentions do you have to do before you've run up $45, $50, $70, $80,000, right? And the superintendent of the school district that I did speak to, that's been doing this now for 3 years, has had 3 instances where somebody had to serve detention. So the deterrence works. It's just you have to be vigilant in its enforcement.
Yeah, I share that sentiment, and expectations drive outcomes, right? If we expect the behavior based on the law, then that's what we need to get. And my feedback, especially because I am not hand out these faux locks to everybody and go through this kabuki of, it's my iPhone 16 that my grandmother had. And now I use it to put in. Why are we going to do all this? Why play the games, right? Phone's not supposed to be out. It's Schrodinger's cat. If it comes out, now I'm going to go a different way, which is I would go and I would treat putting that phone like a key to a restroom in a bad neighborhood, that it comes on a cinder block in a metal locked case with something that the lock picking lawyer hasn't shown how to pick on YouTube. And now I'm going to go the flip side. which is we're going to have kids walking around who need a device. How are we avoiding the scarlet letter and we've got staff on high alert, and how are we going to help students not walk around with the scarlet letter because they need it for their insulin monitoring or their IEP or whatever? How are we going to make that transition? Because to me, honestly, that's a bigger concern. I worry about those kids in this because I agree with Mr. Hall. You got it and you're not supposed to have it. It comes down. We can't play games with this. It's not fair on staff, and it's not fair to have wishy-washy expectations for our students.
So maybe what we do is buy the medical pouch for the kids that need it for medical reasons. So then if a teacher sees that they have their phone with the pouch, that, that maybe is a way to get around that so that they know that, yeah, I'm just checking my insulin levels, and then it goes back in, maybe we just buy them for kids like that.
I think we're going to find it's different for each student, that you're going to have some, I fully agree with you that the medical pouches would be a good option. You're also going to have others that even that level of identification don't want it out. And that's where I think our school teams still have to get involved in sitting down with family and the student and problem solving. And that's part of the normal IEP 504 type process anyway. But I think they're going to have to work through some of those things for students who don't want to be identified in that way. And I think you'll have a handful.
And by the way, you can go out there and research any of this stuff on any districts that have already had this technology deployed. For $20, I can get one of those high-powered magnets that'll basically open all three of those pouches.
Speak to that?
No,
on
I
Amazon.
totally agree. And I understand. Another option that I don't have a price for, that I can get a price for, Generation Faraday, that's the black bag. They do make a case that stores about 30 cell phones. They just slide into compartments. If you're interested in a price, I could probably have a price by tomorrow, just so you know. So if there's something that you're really interested in putting in the office to where a student who has a phone taken away, that's where they slide their phone in or something like that, I could definitely get a price for something like that too.
And then the other thing that that we've discussed is, unfortunately, Mr. Peavy, this falls on communication, right? Because this is going to have to be driven home again and again and again. Anybody who travels sees it when you get on an airplane, right? There is a percentage of the phones that never get put into airplane mode, and it just happens, right? And so the communication is going to have to go out to make parents understand so that they can't claim, well, I didn't know.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because Mr. Peavy would have been upset if I didn't mention it, but he's already been working on with colleagues from other districts and input from his cohort at KSB that he's been attending all year long on a summer rollout and what that communication would look like, because we don't want anybody showing up in August and being surprised. But it's going to take multiple attempts and multiple methods for getting the information out on both of these topics, to be really honest. Otherwise, we're going to have families just as upset as why isn't this teacher responding to me anymore on Facebook when they don't understand the law.
Well, you raise a really good question then too, Josh, is that it's my understanding the law takes effect September 1, right? And we start 2.5 weeks before that, right? So how do we address that initially?
There's a couple of things. The law actually goes into as soon as it's enrolled. We have to submit September 1st. We have to submit a copy of our policy and all. The direction that I've given to Mr. Peavy to this point has been we're still targeting the first day of school. And we don't want to make a change midway. We want our families to know what to expect first day of school and what it's going to look like. But to your point, we do have to submit a copy of our policy September 1st. Uh-oh.
No, the one thing that came to me, and it's so hard at this time of year to get the engagement in parents, but it's been brought up a couple of times, of the idea of the office cubbies. And and I'll even go further than the office cubbies, which is the office charging port. So your kid leaves with a phone. I would be interested to know if there would be substantial enough interest from parents to say, hey, we need to put in, 72 position cubbies in the office because little Reese Chitwood's going to march in there every morning because that's what John Chitwood said. You're going to go turn in that phone because, heaven help you if I get a call from Mr. Cost, right? Is there a way that we can, support those parents that are choosing that as an option, and we're being good partners to those parents? I think there is.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate that I really think you hit the nail on the head as far as the policy discussion on this goes. And obviously we can see the note right here that you intend to bring recommendation on the handbook in the future. So I'm confident based on what I've seen so far that you're having proper discussions that we'll find something to balance all the unique challenges that both statute brings to us and the challenges of device use by students as well.
I think some of the pieces we're not talking about tonight, because we're still heavily focused on the cell phone piece, because that's probably going to be the biggest issue. Really, when we talk to our elementary people, their bigger concern are smartwatches, because that's a piece that really hasn't been enforced. It's also a great Christmas gift. And so there's certain times a year we see a bigger issue there. At the middle school, high school, earbuds are likely going to be a new issue for us as well, both from a student enforcement standpoint, but also from a teaching tool and working through if students don't have access to earbuds, what does that look like? So there's things that aren't in the policy that'll be a continued work as we move forward. And we'll try to keep you informed as we're problem solving through those things. But I think every discussion we have, there becomes a new piece of this legislation that's going to creep in and create a new issue for us. But we do have a good team, and they've done a nice job so far in problem solving through those issues.
It's interesting you brought that piece up too, because that came up in site council at Prairie Creek last week, and that's the headphone, right? And so basically it's Bluetooth. And so it may be something technology needs to be thinking about, because I know we've got disparate devices out there with USB-C and Lightning, and now you can't use Bluetooth. All of those things have to come into consideration, because I'm with you. Both of my kids have the smartwatch, but it goes in their backpack off when they leave for the school in the morning. They don't put it on until they come home.
Well, my biggest ask for this, you'll start to see more information in the Friday update. I know Dr. Smith, they've got handbook language. Please communicate if you see something that doesn't. Yeah, but if you see, yeah.
Doug, did you plant that?
If you see something that concerns you, doesn't look right, or any of the three of us, or should communicate with Dr. Luttrell, let him know. Because we would like to be able to come to the June meeting with this complete policy and handbook recommendation as we can, and knowing there's going to be things that we have to revise next year, but we'd like to get it as close to correct as we can for you at the first June meeting.
Yeah, and just, the parting thing in my head is also the, since we're going back to 1980 or 1991 in terms of operations, what are the things that we need to do or approve or put in place to support staff for passing these messages to students, and again, being partners with parents of, no, you need to be outside at, you're riding home with so-and-so, how we're creating those.
Can you still purchase payphones that?
I don't know.
It is, you bring up a great point, though.
Yeah. Are we going to put phones in the hallway or whatever? And I don't need that answer before we get this policy done.
Yep.
But I just want to make sure we're supporting everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Up next is the Board of Education meeting calendar, and this is still just for discussion, no action tonight, right? Just another discussion item?
That is correct. Last month, we did present, or I presented several different options that could be a possibility for the board to consider for their regular meeting schedule and work session schedule. There was some feedback that I said, hey, you know, we like what we're doing. There's another school of thought that said, you know, maybe we should maybe try and be more efficient by reducing some of the meeting times. So I went back to work and condensed the 4 options that we had down to 2 options. And the first option I had, again, still kept with what we had this current year, basically a 21 and 7, meaning we had 21 regular meetings and 7 work sessions. And those are pretty much 2 regular meetings a month outside of the months of November, December, and May. Then you had, like I said, the work sessions that were, you know, as you see there, August, October, November, December, March, and June. So then, based upon what I'd heard, I talked to our administrative team, talked to the board clerks, and came up with another version 2, which took into account some of that feedback and focused on doing some little bit of reduction. And so the version 2 has 15 regular meetings and 5 work sessions. Again, you would only be 2 regular meetings in the months of July, August, and February, whereas the months of September, October, November, December, January, March, April, May, and June would have 1 regular meeting, and then you'd have the 2 work sessions, and you intermix there in September, October, January, April, and June. And remember, it's always possible, if needed, to not have a work session, but it's also possible if we see in advance that, hey, we got some work to do. You can, if the board chooses, to make a work session a regular meeting. And another thing is doing that is those dates are on the calendar. We're not trying then to scramble at the end, say, okay, when can everybody come now? The administrative team, you know, looking at both, I mean, it's felt that version 2, if we want to reduce, is doable. That would be a little over a 25%, almost a 28.5%, 29% reduction. But what I did put together with the help of the administrative team and Mrs. Henderson, we did put in there a sample. If version 2 were to be adopted, what the sample board work calendar would look like based upon the items that we know have to be done pretty much each and every year. Calendar talk, you know, assessment reports, personnel, and strategic plan updates. But we put that together, and we really think there's really not a lot of, it's busy, and there will be items that come up that we don't even know about now that we will have to put on to the calendar throughout the year. But like I said, version 2 does try to make a hybrid that kind of meets some of the versions there. And I do know, as we said, that that there are some schools that thought, hey, let's go down. And most districts, you know, they have 1 a month and for 12. Again, our administrative team felt that, again, not that we couldn't make that work, but felt that really going drastically from 21 down to 12, you know, would be a little bit more of a curve than maybe some were comfortable with. Not that we couldn't, but those were the 2 options. Again, my recommendation before you all do any discussion would be that I think it would be very doable to try and do the 15 regular and 5 work session format to kind of reduce some meetings, maintain efficiency. But at this point, we're ready to entertain a discussion. But hopefully, after the discussion tonight, I kind of have a general idea as to what to bring back for action here, because we do want to have this ready to go by the time we kick off in July.
Yeah, Dr. Luttrell, I'm not adverse to version 2 at all, but one thing that I would argue is, you know, from the movie, What About Bob? Baby steps, right? And I know you were at 21, but I think originally I was looking at 20 and 14. And if we split the difference, it would be 17. In fact, I thought when we met with you on our Connect meeting, that we agreed that, that second version or that alternate proposal would include a meeting in October and a meeting in April, which would get us to the 17, which is the meeting in the middle between 20 and 14. And then those obviously come off the work sessions, right? So you have 17 meetings, 3 work sessions, and again, the flexibility to pull away or add to as needed. But I don't know. I'm just thinking we need to take a very light approach to this, at least initially. And cutting from where we're at today to 15 seems pretty drastic to me.
I think that the calendar discussion that we had, and it's kind of informing because, I've got really strong feelings on this. And I can count on 2 fingers the meetings that we went, oh, that's it, and left. And that's the current schedule. So my feeling is that we stick with the current number of meetings. But if everybody can get it scheduled in 15 meetings and we cancel meetings, okay. Let's cancel meeting. It's the split the baby. If we want to say 15 meetings with 5 work sessions is going to work, well then let's schedule 21 meetings with 7 work sessions, and then you just schedule them down to 15 and 5. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we'll have the rest of the meetings. I get very concerned that we cut down meetings and then we go, oh, well, we have to have this meeting. We've gone through that process, and getting 7 people to agree on a day is, I will use the word impossible. So I have no objection to being more efficient and doing more, but I also don't want to end up where we get a schedule and we go, oh my God, we're having meetings until 3 o'clock in the morning. We've got to figure this out. Do the more days, schedule the work so we can cancel meetings.
I don't think I love that idea. I don't love that. I just don't know that it's a good look to put out a board meeting calendar and then cancel meetings, because that makes it look like, I just don't love that. It's probably the only thing I'll say. I think we should get to a calendar and get that as close as we can. If we have to adjust 1 or 2, I think that's fair. Scheduling 21 with the goal to get to 15, I don't think that's a good look.
Well, I mean, then the question is, and I'll just put it out. I said it. I can count on 2 fingers the number of meetings we went, oh, that's it. And we were all here for them. And so
Yeah,
I don't see how we get to 15 meetings. I don't.
I don't think we'll be canceling meetings, I guess is what I'm thinking you're saying. Is if we do have there is so much business to do that I do not think that if we schedule the 21, I don't think we'll be able to adjust the schedule so well that we'll cancel 3 meetings. So I think we would be better off having the more meetings and maybe have a couple where we're like, whoo, that was it. We're out of here by 8. But, if we do the 15, then it's going to be like it is tonight, where we're probably going to be here till 10 or 11.
I would say my 2 cents is that we just stick with these 2 options and not alter it again. So you pick between these 2 options and you vote on it, and that is that. Because we could go back to the calendar multiple times and keep going back to it. But at the end of the day, one has to be decided. And truthfully, I'm about doing more with less. And that's, again, probably where I come off of with the military, is because we don't have all the access, all the means, all the time. And if we can be proactive and get things done, then I believe that it'll be just as effective, if not more, with people's time.
I support monthly meetings. I can see a fair exception for a dedicated meeting on the budget in August. When I look at what's kind of put into a potential board work calendar here, there's nothing that jumps out as to why July and February would need to be 2 meeting months. If every other district in Johnson County, excepting Shawnee Mission, every other district in Miami County, Franklin County districts, I haven't found a district that does it the way we're doing it. I think we can make it work.
Of all those districts, and that's where we're the only one who's growing and opening new buildings and all those other things. I just,
Well, yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, John. Well, number one, I'm hearing a lot of ifs and I thinks. And it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that ran for this office what the schedule you were signing yourself up for looked like, number one.
And we didn't sign ourselves up for a future schedule. We signed up to approve a board calendar.
Yeah, but you knew what you were getting yourself into, and you're not listening to the people that have been up here for 2.5 years. And John is right. There's been 2 occasions that I can think of where we actually didn't need the meeting, or we certainly didn't need the work session, right? Well, and so I'm not willing to jump into an if or a think. My compromise is to go 17 meetings, 3 work sessions, and see if it works. Like I said, we can always add or we can always delete. And as much as I agree with April's not wanting to, it looks bad to put 21 out there and take away. I also think it looks bad to put out 15 and then have to add. So my compromise is to meet in the middle.
yeah. And what I'm saying is if we do 15 meetings, we're going to be here for 9 hours.
Well, and the other thing.
In a night.
Yeah, well, and the other thing to
That's
look
not
at here
more
too
efficient.
is the calendar. When are you going to get work done? When does it make sense not to have 2 meetings during the month? November, December, those are clearly months that you don't need 2 meetings. And I can appreciate you wanting more time off in the summer, Ted. But the reality is that those summer months are the ones where we don't have the distractions of school being in session to get stuff done. And it goes very quickly.
I don't know that this is about the board as a whole, the members wanting time off or less meetings. And I also don't believe that this is the way we've always done it or done it since I've been here is the right approach. And so that's probably not the approach I'm going to take as a new board member, right, wrong, or indifferent, right? So Dr. Latrella, I appreciate the kind of finding something in the middle between what we are currently and what, one meeting a month with some work sessions sprinkled in. I agree with Autumn. I think we've got 2 versions here. Let's move.
Any other discussion for tonight? We'll vote on it next meeting, right?
Yes.
All right.
The only other thing that I'll add to that, April, is, and this goes beyond this board, it goes to our tenure. Everybody always making this comparison to neighboring school districts. And so I'm just going to go on the record that you continue to do that. There'll be an opportunity for me to bring that to the board where I'm going to want something that the other districts are already have. And I'm going to assume that you guys are going to roll with me on that because you keep throwing it out there that this is what the other school districts do. So we should do it too. I've always said there's nothing wrong with being a leader. Don't have to be a follower.
And I'm glad you brought that up because in terms of other districts are doing other things that, and I think I got talked about, and again, I was absent. Other districts do committees, other districts do individual one-on-ones with the superintendent. There's a whole litany of other things that feed into having more, I don't want to say polished, everybody brings in great stuff, but having decision-ready materials to meetings. And this in order of operation and go down the military route, this is ready, fire, aim. I think we get the processes and the things that make the meetings go shorter, then we can remove the meetings, not the other way around. We're having few meetings, so everything will be shorter. Mark my words, we won't be spending any less hours here. We're going to be tired and grumpy and pissy with each other because we're making decisions at midnight and 1 a.m. So.
Okay, anything else on that? Up next, finance report.
Okay, Mr. Holder will give his finance report. He kind of had to rush through it last month. He says he's not gonna make up for it though this time in terms of length.
Be efficient.
All right. So we are through April 30th, 10 months out of the 12 in our fiscal year. So just over 83%. And really tonight, I do just want, there are a few highlights that I want to touch on. Overarching theme, again, as we go through the year, we are in good shape. We continue to trend that way overall from an operating perspective, as well as a capital outlay perspective. And that's, we're starting to see that demonstrated month after month. So 2 more to go. June is obviously a big one because a lot of things happen in June in terms of summer payrolls. And so that's why you see the lag and you don't always see those expenditures, near the 80% mark, because we see a lot of things come in June to close out the fiscal year. But I just want to highlight, again, a few things, and we'll start, and really I'd just like to look at the revenue and expense column in conjunction with each other tonight. So as we go across from left to right, the one thing I want to point out, you've heard me say before that as we look at last fiscal year, we're looking at actuals. And so that skews things a little bit because those are comparison expenditures and comparison revenues to what we know actually happened at the end of the fiscal year, whereas these are budgeted amounts for 25-26 school year. Yet, there is a good sign. And so when you look at the revenue, you see a gap that's less than 1% when we make that comparison. All right. 1% below when I'm combining the revenue of those areas. As we look at expenses, we see that gap widens to just over 2%. All right. That's a good thing. Our revenues are tighter, our expenses, we have more cushion. So again, overall trending in the right direction. As we move across debt service, capital outlay, bond, capital outlay, if you look at our year-to-date revenue, keep in mind we will get another fairly significant revenue bump in June, as we will with our LOB funds, our debt service, some where the local tax collection comes in. We get that last portion in June. So $5.57 million in revenue, $3.53 in expenses. All right. So fiscal year to date, we're in a very good position moving into those last 2 months. Bond funds, again, revenue, we've exceeded that budgeted area, which is great. And we'll continue to add to that in May and June. Nutrition services. So the last 3 columns, if we want to focus down at the bottom right, you'll notice nutrition services, of course, that trend has been down, but we're still on track to end this fiscal year with May and June. We'll still be in the positive. And that may be an area, there's several areas that I may look to add some funding at the end of the year. How do I do that? Well, we have an interest, we earn interest throughout the year. And I'm not talking about bond interest, that's separate, but we earn operating interest with the monies that we hold in the bank for operating expenses. Well, those earn interest throughout the year. And we're still in a position where we're earning about 2.75 to 2.85% on those operating funds. So not bad. I mean, there's obviously here recently, we've been in environments where it's been a little more, but there's also was a very long stretch where you were lucky to get 25 basis points on those operating earnings. As a result, we have monies that will be available that will add into some of those areas. And so food service is definitely an area that we may consider at least shoring up just so we're to strengthen that position moving forward. Special Reserve Fund continues to look great. As a comparison to last year, almost $2 million in reserve for medical plan. Again, we want to see that trend continue, but it certainly puts us in a strong position moving forward. And then the other funds, the miscellaneous grants, kind of the potpourri of funds there. As we get into next year, that's an area where we may look at, okay, are these, the funds that I have here, are these valuable, or would we like to add at risk or another funding area that I don't currently have? I mention at risk because, as you know, this is the first year that we've done this or had a report like this. And so I've tried to be very intentional about when I transfer funds, because in Kansas, you transfer and you have required transfers that you make from the general fund and the LOB. At risk is one of those areas where we have almost $2 million in required transfers to be made this year. Last year, those were not made till May and June. So I've been intentional about not making those transfers until May. I'll make one in May and I'll make another one in June, just to try to get that apples to apples comparison. So I think I've kept everything on track, but that is something that I'm watching closely these last 2 months. Because when you're looking at apples to apples, if I make a transfer of $1 million into a fund 2 months earlier than I did the previous year, I need to make sure I account for that, because that will definitely impact this report. And that could happen in future years, but it'll be something that I'll be able to say, now keep in mind, in February of last year, we didn't make this transfer, but we are this year. Last thing I'll say is we look at the bottom left, that fund balance comparison there, that is apples to apples when it comes to dollars in that. It's apples to apples when it comes to a comparison of revenue and expenses. That continues to grow. We're up almost $780,000 as compared to last year. Last month, it was $682,000. So we added almost $100,000 to that. On a percent basis, it's a 0.59% difference to the good. Last month, it was 0.35. So again, trending in the right direction. We'll have May. We'll do that. We meet June 8th, so we won't have May closed in time for the June 8th meeting, but we'll do that at our second June meeting. And then July will be the big one, because that's where we'll see where we end the fiscal year. So, but again, trending in a positive direction overall. So I'll take any questions.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And now we have a couple action items. 10.01 Spring Hill High School Athletic Program additions for 26-27.
Yeah, I'll move to approve 10.01 if we don't want to hear about it.
I'll second.
Great. There's a motion and a second. Any other questions, discussion? Okay, Mrs. Henderson, please collect the vote.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet,
Yes.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mr. Beecham,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yep.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
approved.
And up next, 10.02 AED contract recommendations.
Yep. Let's move to approve that too. 10.02.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other conversation about that? Questions? Mrs. Henderson, please collect the vote.
Mr. Hull,
Yes.
Mr. Beecham,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yep.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet,
Yes.
approved.
Okay, up next is the board work calendar.
Yes, we're coming up on the end of the years because I said we only have a few meetings remaining, including a work session. But like I said, you'll see a lot of things in the next couple months with, we always do our property, liability, casualty insurance. Give that update in June. We also we'll have our come back with action on some of the electronic device recommendations, the meeting schedule, recommendation for action. But like I said, we're coming to the end and we're in good shape.
Okay, great.
I think there's one thing on there I want to make sure that about.
I was going to say, yeah, the cell phones have to move out of action. Does it move out of action based on our conversation? Are we good?
We would still like to bring it back. It may be both. It may be a discussion item and an action item. But
Okay, so you're wanting to add cell phone and handbook to discussion for next meeting?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I thought that's what we talked about.
And at the work session on June 29th, is someone from RSP will be here for that boundary planning?
Yes, that was one of the items that was discussed earlier about in terms of, for the one topic for the June 29th meeting would be RSP would be here to just kind of go over the statute about how the way you set up your Board of Education elections every other year in terms of how the district boundaries on who represents where, what the geographical area is, because statute says that anytime a boundary increases in population by more than 5%, you're supposed to go in and adjust and see if changes need to be made. And ours has not been done for quite some time. And this will just give us an opportunity to do that. But RSP will be here and kind of tell you about that process. And if we choose to move forward with that, which hopefully we will, the goal is to have that completed and coming back and approved in time by the end of the year so that you would want it in place ideally whenever we start candidate filing in early 2027 for the next round of board elections, if that's the timeline you want to stay on. And as I said, but the 29th is where we can give you all more information on that.
Sounds good. Okay. Moving on to Board of Education reports.
I think I'll get started here since I've got notes actually this time for it. First of all, spent the better part of last week doing,
Skip.
sorry, yep.
Sorry, I just am marking stuff off the list now, so we're just moving on. Future discussion items. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yep.
That's okay.
I actually had it up on my computer, so yeah, that's where we're at. I think we can remove the cell phone thing. Clearly, we're on track.
Okay, anything else removed or added? Is there any action for IXL for the school district?
That class action lawsuit is still happening.
But is there something that the school district needs to do?
There's nothing that we can do in terms of, like I said, it's just, I think the concern was just, was there any impact as to why we shouldn't be using it? And there has been no findings. It is still recommended out there as a product that is acceptable by KSDE for a lot of your screenings in that, pre and post. So, but again, as Anna said, until there's ever any decision, but there has been no indication that there's been anything criminal and all that's been done. It's more of a civil type case.
Yeah.
And I would think that if something were ever to come of that, KSDE would probably change their recommendation on districts using it. So.
Yes.
Yeah, the only other thing I have on future discussion is, I deferred the addition of girls flag football because that was, pending and in the ether. Now with its approval, I'd like to put it on here unless somebody else has plans for it to be discussed.
I
at a
do know-
particular board meeting.
I can give a brief update on that real quick. I know that the Kansas State High School Association did approve it. Okay, however, even when they approve it, you still have to have a plan of who you're going to play. It's set up for the fall of 26, okay? Trying to get everything in place. We just don't know if we can, but then Mr. Freegon went to the UKC, the new conference we're going to last week, and talked to the other schools about, okay, how many of you are doing it? Will it be enough schools to have it as a conference sport? And again, because of a lot of the current logistics, the way that short turnaround, there were not going to be enough schools to have it even to where you would compete. They wouldn't have you have to have a minimum of 4 schools.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
And at that meeting, there were not 4 schools that were like,
Yeah.
we're definitely going to go. So that's kind of also slowed down.
So for me, I would like to put that on future discussions because it's.
Yeah, it's definitely
We need to
something
look
that
at it sometime in the.
Yes.
I would like to bring it
Yeah,
up.
and that comes into a larger
Yeah.
plan. I agree.
Yeah.
But, okay, but the one on data and devices, I mean, that was put on over a year ago. And I know that when we first talked about that, it was, well, we're getting ready to turn in all the devices and it's just too hard to get that, we don't have time to get that data. Well, it's been a year now. So can we get this on the calendar?
Yes, yes, and as I said before, I think that one of the things came up, the legislature had kind of taken that up this past session too, that they were going to look at that, and so we kind of thought, well, let's hold off and see what they're going to look at, maybe mandating or what they're wanting to use as their baseline. So we kind of held off, didn't share anything. I hear that the state board this month is going to take that back up again, and it's going to possibly rehash some more. Don't know where it's going to go. But in terms of your question about screen time, we do have some data, like I said, that we've collected through our own internal walkthroughs. Whenever our building teams go into classrooms, they observe a number of different things that are going on. And one of the things they do look at is, okay, screen time are the kids doing something on the computer? And so we do have that data. And I had told Dr. Smith last week, we were going to probably wait until the end of the school year and then share that out in the Friday update, and then we can bring that back. I know that we do need to probably have another report. I know that there are some, depending on how specific the data you want, if you want to measure it simply by, okay, what our devices tell you, that isn't always a perfect scenario because you've got a lot of different things going on with different devices in the way that some students, use them. But yeah, we can get that. It's just a matter of, like I said, we do definitely want to make sure that it's something that when we do bring it, we can tell you what it includes, but then from there, you tell us, okay, what specific components of the screen time are you most interested in, so that we can make sure we do a deep dive to see if we can get it, rather than bringing you something that is completely off base. But it has been on our radar, and we continue to look at it. But we did slow it down because we were wanting to kind of see what direction the legislature was going to do, because at some point, they were talking about totally eliminating screens altogether. And I know that's one thing I think the state board is going to take up again. They're meeting this month. So we'll stay on top of it.
Yeah, I think we'd still like to have our own data on that regardless of what the state or the board is going to do. So, thank you.
Okay, anything else on future discussion items? Now we'll move on to Board of Education member report.
Okay, so I'll begin where I left off. Teacher Appreciation Week. Had the good fortune last week of spending time in 5 of our learning centers. And it may be my second favorite day of the school year, graduation being my first favorite day. But I was not able to be in here for the consent agenda. And I know included on that consent agenda was just an extensive, I think it was 9 pages, if I'm not mistaken, of supplemental positions. And a lot of those people are staff that are stepping up. And in most cases, there's absolutely nothing in it for them other than maybe their love of the activity or the sport. And so not only do I want to recognize them and appreciate them, but I also want to recognize and provide appreciation for our Rule 10 supplemental. These are just general civilians that do it out of love of the game, love of the sport, love of the activity, and they're citizens that step up to do that. So I commend them for that. 2 site council meetings to wrap up the year. Prairie Creek Elementary, they shared with us some early FastBridge results. I'm not going to dive into it because I'll be looking for what is the final report on that. But then also they shared with us the MRA report, the Leader in Me assessments, end of year activities, obviously, and they're looking forward to construction getting underway for the new playground. Woodland Spring Middle School, the league track meet, they had 58 PRs, personal records, and then 4 broken records were made. So there'll be new names going up on the board at the school there for track and field. And then I'd also encourage any parents with students at Woodland Spring or coming into Woodland Spring to check out their calendar for summer camps, because there's quite a few activities that they've got planned for different summer camps taking place at Woodland. And then Mr. Carter, I know, is working in collaboration with Mr. Meek and Mrs. Sly. And they've, at least for Woodland Spring, and that's all I can speak to, is they've developed a pretty comprehensive parent feedback survey that they're looking to get out sometime soon after the end of the year to get some feedback on all the different areas associated with communication, curriculum, activities, things like that. And so I wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Carter, and I would hope this kind of fits Dr. Luttrell into what you and I have talked about before of finding best practices that are taking place at an individual building and expanding that to include the other buildings, whether it's elementary or secondary. Because this would probably be one. I don't know if all middle schools are doing a survey with a feedback survey, but I know the template that Mr. Carter has come up with, again, with feedback that he's gotten from Mr. Meek and from Mrs. Sly, it would be a really good place to start for the other middle schools to potentially deploy. And that's all I have.
Anyone else?
Yeah, Teacher Appreciation Day, I share your feelings. It's absolutely one of my favorite days to get out there and see staff and see students. And it's just such a joyous day. I got to do Sheila and She's in Dayton Creek, and to all the teachers who are, busy and moving students and doing things, and we didn't get to show you even more appreciation. I'm just going to say we do, and thank you for putting students first. So great day.
So for the site council for Dayton Creek, I just want to say one big thing. They were actually recognized as a distinguished kindness school by the Random Acts of Kindness Foundation. So the key details kind of about it is the culture of kindness, student leadership, ongoing initiatives. The Distinguished Kindness School distinction is designated for schools that utilize the K-8 Kindness in the Classroom curriculum and fulfill a checklist of actions fostering a positive environment.
Oh, that's nice. Anybody else?
Quickly, I had Wolf Creek Site Council and Spring Hill Middle School Site Council, and there was one common topic that came up. Of course, these were before anybody received state assessment results, and there was a sense of optimism amongst both schools that those results would come out well. So I'm hearing they did likely come out well. So I look forward to seeing that report in a few months.
I also did staff appreciation at, I think, 4 buildings, and it's really fun. It is one of my favorite days as well. I'm glad I'm able to have time to do that. I went to 2 site council meetings, one at Forest Spring. They are doing an end of year parent survey as well. And I'm glad that Darcy is collaborating with the other 2 middle schools, because at our meeting, we really were looking at that survey and trying to figure out a more efficient way to get information, the information that we really want from parents, rather than having all this fluff in there. So I'll be excited to see what they came up with. So a couple things there. They do a Scholars Bowl program, and so they're really trying to get more students to feel excited about it and join in that program. They didn't have very many people do it this year. So just kind of talking about ways that they can maybe get more students engaged in that, as well as their Science Olympiad program. So they're just looking at different ways to get more student participation. And then they just shared some of the fun year-end activities they have going on. Field trips, they're doing an all-school volleyball tournament, and then they have 8th grade graduation celebrations coming up next week. I went to the Timber Sage kindergarten music program. I know you were there, Dr. Luttrell. Bingo was the theme. Mr. Zoller does an excellent job with all of his programs, but just seeing kindergartners not only sing, but say memorized lines is just adorable and very impressive. So you can really tell how much work goes into that from the kids and the teachers. So that was great. And last but not least, I went to the Timber Sage Site Council meeting. They had just wrapped up Teacher Appreciation Week. It was a 90s theme. It was a big hit for a lot of the teachers and staff. Their letter writing program is going really well, and they're going to be expanding that next year. And the librarian actually started a chess club. So a lot of these kids are getting to go participate and learn how to play chess. And then they had 62 students participate in their Continental Math League this year. It's very challenging and a lot of fun, and they really enjoy working through those difficult math problems. And then they also did the Girls on the Run. They had 19 girls participate, and they just had their big 5K event this past weekend. So I think that was great. And just one more thing I want to say. I think this has been said before, but Timber Sage is ranked number 6 in the state of Kansas. They're the 2nd largest building in our district, behind only the high school. And they continue to excel despite serving 50 students with IEPs in the resource and the BEST program, and having the 2nd largest ELL population in the district. So achieving a number 6 statewide ranking under those circumstances is truly remarkable. So it's an outstanding accomplishment, and they do an excellent job over there and in maintaining high performance. So well done.
I
attended site council for Sheila, and they are serving breakfast starting next year. So that was kind of a logistical obstacle for them to overcome, which is pretty cool how quickly they were able to figure that out. Enrollment looks solid. Again, they've got a full class of 4-year-olds and at least 10. This was back in early April on a wait list. They do a peer model, and then kind of at risk, and then special services, almost 3-tier, right? And so it was nice to hear how all of that comes together and kind of flows, right? And then we had been curious earlier in the year to see some data just showing what are test scores for students who participated in one way or another at Sheila once they got into elementary school. What were their test scores? Were they higher than expected or what? And so we saw some good examples of really good early gains in both literacy and math in elementary school.
That's awesome. Yeah. I attended Teacher Appreciation Week, which is by far my favorite. All the buildings. I did note that at the high school, more of the classes just broke out in applause for their teacher before our prompting, and they were like legitimately happy to celebrate their teachers. And it was very sweet. I will give Mr. Williams a shout out. He accompanied us and he got a lot of very, very happy reactions. So I think that also helps set the tone. I attended the site council at the high school. A lot of great things happening there. I will give a special thank you to everything they did to make testing successful. They had snacks and pep assemblies, and they did about as much as any school can do to help encourage the kids to do their best. So I really appreciate all the efforts there. And then the last board meeting was pretty scary. I know we wrapped it quickly, and I really want to apologize to the staff who had to sit here as we quickly went through things. We probably should have handled that much better, and we'll figure that out in the future. But since then, we've had, I don't know, Kylie, a lot of storms. So I really want to thank the facilities crew, Mr. Telvia, Mr. Williams, for everything they've done. They've chased track equipment. There was a chicken rescue at the elementary school when the power went down. They've pumped water. They've moved trees. They've done about it all to keep our buildings as safe as they can, and I really appreciate it. And then also to the city of Spring Hill and the rec department. They've done a lot to help our community get cleaned up from everything. So I just really appreciate it. Okay, that's board reports. Superintendent report.
Okay, graduation is this Saturday for the class 2026. It's going to be held at Spring Hill High School in the gym starting at 10 a.m. Mrs. Henderson will probably remind you again all the specific details in terms of arrival time and your cap and gown, but that is this Saturday. And then the Inside School, which is our virtual school, also will have their graduation ceremony on the same day, but a little later in the day at 2 p.m. And then rolling in from that, next week, our last final attendance day for students in grades pre-K through 11 will be Thursday, and that is a full regular day. And then culminating in the end of the school year, which has already been mentioned a couple times, is that it's very preliminary, but the initial feedback, indicates that our Spring Hill brick and mortar students have performed as a whole overall very well on the Kansas State assessments. And then one thing I'm going to add that wasn't written down, but was evident to me this evening, and it really just kind of, as John likes to say, kind of really warms my heart and makes me get a really good feeling is, we are very fortunate. I know we have a lot of great discussions about what we want to do because every decision that we make should be tied back to, okay, how is this going to impact student achievement? But I just love this evening, I think that's a perfect example of the great kids, the great students, the great staff that we have when they fill this room for what's about six of the many programs that we have that are excelling each and every day. We truly are finding ways that every single kid has an opportunity to find their niche. And I think it's so evident that our parents, whenever their child finds their niche, they're going to support them. Okay. That cannot always be said everywhere. But again, we've got a great school district and it's very appropriate wrapping up the year the next 8 days. Like I said, we're going to finish strong. But again, it's been a great school year, and that's my superintendent's report.
Okay, great. And last is an executive session, please.
Madam President, I'm going to move the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interest of an identifiable individuals under coma. Those to be in session include the Board of Education member, superintendent of schools, assistant superintendent of schools, legal counsel, and other administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 9:37 with open meeting resuming at
30 minutes.
10:07 at this place.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any other questions, concerns? Okay, Mrs. Henderson, please click the vote.
Mr. Beecham,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Baker.
Yep.
Mrs. Coleman Martinet,
Yes.
Mr. Hole,
Yes.
approved.
Anna, April, me.
Okay, Mr. Beecham? Mr. Chitwood?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Approved. Dr. Latrobe. Okay, so 10:27. Mr. Hole,
Yes.
Mr. Beecham,
Yes.
Mr. Chitwood,
Yes.
Mrs. Horn,
Yes.
approved.
And Dr. Latrell, are you good? Are you ready? We are adjourned. Good night.